Chapter 2579. Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. The consequences were quite serious. He just didn't want to tire the little wood spirit out, but who would have thought that he would implicate her and cause her to be ostracized by the entire clan? He quickly retracted his outstretched hand in embarrassment and smiled apologetically at the little wood spirit, saying warmly, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Only then did the little wood spirit continue to hold the wine jar and fill the stone cup in front of him before quietly flying to the side. The elder raised his cup and said in a clear voice, "The bright moon is high in the sky, and the noble guest is like jade. On behalf of the stone spirit and wood spirit clans, this old man proposes a toast to the guest. Guest, please drink." The group of stone spirits also raised their stone cups and motioned to Yang Kai along with the elder. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, held the wine cup in his hand, and drank the wine in one gulp before turning the stone cup upside down, indicating that he had finished it. The stone spirits also drank the wine in their cups in one gulp, each of them shaking their heads with ecstasy, as if the wine tasted wonderful to them. "Guest, please take a seat." After drinking the wine, the elder gestured to Yang Kai, and only then did Yang Kai sit down again. The wine in his stomach tasted really good. After 1,000 twists and turns, the aftertaste was endless. Even he, who was not a good drinker, felt refreshed after drinking it. He wondered what kind of wine-making skills the Wood Spirit clan had. After drinking the wine, Patriarch Mu-Na, who had been standing next to the elder, suddenly clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, more than 20 wood spirits flew to the center of the field. Half of them were holding exquisite and small musical instruments in their hands, and no one was directing them. In an instant, the sound of flutes and zithers filled the air, accompanied by the strange sound of wooden drums. It was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. The sound was extremely pleasing to the ears. As the wood spirits played and sang, the beautiful melody echoed in the beautiful forest. The other half of the wood spirits stretched their waists and arms, singing and dancing to the music in the center of the field. It was a very exotic scene. What they saw and what they heard. It was as if there was some kind of magical power that cleansed the hearts of the two guests, causing Yang Kai and Zhong Ruoshi, who were both outsiders, to suddenly calm down and stare intently. In particular, Ruoshi's eyes were shining. The more she looked at these wood spirits, the more she liked them. Elder Rock Spirit was also watching with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly when he saw the beauty of the scene. Xiao Mu Ling once again filled Yang Kai's cup with wine, but Yang Kai didn't notice at all. He felt as if his entire body and mind had been drawn in by the music and the song and dance. He felt a sense of tranquility that he had never felt before, and all the distracting thoughts in his heart had disappeared. After the dance, Yang Kai was still in a daze for a long time. However, the noise at the side woke him up. When he turned his head to look, the corner of his mouth twitched. There were 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao. They were all engrossed in stuffing themselves with food. Like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, all of them hugged their own wine jars and gulped down the wine. The rare wine flowed from the corners of their mouths to their chests, wasting a lot of it. After drinking a mouthful of wine, they grabbed the spirit fruit in front of them and stuffed it into their mouths, chewing madly. The 9 wood spirits who were serving wine at the side looked at them with disdain. When the two races of creatures gathered together, it was simply a combination of beauty and wildness. The visual conflict was quite strong. The elder and matriarch Mu-Na, on the other hand, were used to this and just watched with a smile on their faces, not saying a word. Yang Kai also lowered his head and tasted the spirit fruit. These were spirit fruits planted by the Wood Spirit clan. Even the spirit wine they brewed was not only delicious, but also seemed to have a miraculous effect of cleansing the soul, which surprised Yang Kai. He secretly felt that if someone who had become the demon race could obtain such a thing, it might be able to alleviate the symptoms. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. 2 rock spirits who were swaying from drinking suddenly stood up from their seats. It wasn't clear whether they were rock spirits or rock spirits, but in any case, they looked no different. They strode to the center of the field. The wood spirits who were playing music seemed to know what was going to happen, so they quickly avoided and flew out of the field. They all looked at the 2 rock spirits with a smile on their faces. Young Kai and Ruo, she didn't know what these two were going to do, but they were also curious and watched. The two rock spirits in the center of the field looked at each other for a while, then suddenly roared in unison and rushed towards each other. With a loud bang, the two rock spirits collided with each other like two mountains. One rock spirit grabbed the other's neck with both hands, while the other rock spirit grabbed the other's waist with both hands. Both of them were fixed in place, their legs constantly curling towards each other's legs. It was as if they had an irreconcilable hatred and wanted to kill each other. Young Kai watched with trepidation, fearing that these two would get too engrossed in their fight and accidentally hurt the little wood spirits next to them. However, those little wood spirits were also watching with relish, constantly shouting and cheering for the two rock spirits. After watching for a while, Young Kai finally understood that these two rock spirits were wrestling. However, the rock spirit clan was extremely strong, and this kind of barbaric wrestling was not something that any other clan could play with. Every time they clashed, it would make people's eyelids twitch, but the clansmen of both clans were used to it. After struggling for a while, one of the rock spirits saw an opportunity and tripped his opponent with one foot. Using both hands, he threw his opponent to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Roar! The victorious rock spirit roared towards the sky, his fists hanging in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a nearby rock spirit couldn't watch anymore and jumped into the center of the field to wrestle with him. More and more rock spirits were eliminated, and more people left the field. The atmosphere became more and more lively, and even the wood spirits forgot where they were and flew to the center of the field, surrounding the two rock spirits and shouting non-stop. Young Kai happily watched the show, his emotions stirred, and he also cheered for them. As he watched, he became enraged. The 8 adult rock spirits left the field one after another, and when the final rock spirit saw that there was no opponent left, he turned his head and hooked his finger at Young Kai, as if he wanted him to come down and fight him. Me! Young Kai pointed at his nose and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'll just watch the show. What kind of joke was this? To wrestle with a rock spirit, wasn't that just asking for a beating? It wasn't that he hadn't experienced Xiao Xiao's powerful strength before, but in terms of pure strength, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for her. But who would have thought that the rock spirit wouldn't give him any face at all, and instead recognized him as its opponent? Seeing that he wasn't willing to go up, it waved its hand. Wu La immediately flew over, and a dozen or so little wood spirits surrounded Young Kai. Without any explanation, they directly lifted him up and sent him to the center of the field. You guys. Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, he felt that these little wood spirits weren't cute at all. When they put him down in the center of the field, the little wood spirits all scattered, running outside to watch the show. Young Kai turned his head to look at the elder and the wood spirit tribe leader, a pleading expression on his face. The elder laughed heartlessly, clearly not planning to help Young Kai. Instead, it was Mu Na who said warmly, "Guest, you may use your full strength, there is no need to hold back." Young Kai was also very helpless at this point. He secretly thought that if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he might be able to fight it out with the rock spirit. Before he could finish this thought, the rock spirit roared and pounced forward, grabbing Young Kai's arm and tripping him. Young Kai was stunned. He felt the world spin around him as his body slammed into the ground. The rock spirit had succeeded and raised its arms high, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, as if it was invincible in this world. Who dared to challenge it? Young Kai crawled up from the ground, covered his face, and retreated, crestfallen, back to his seat. This was too embarrassing. He was no match for the rock spirit at all. In terms of pure strength, there was probably no one in this world who was stronger than the rock spirit. The little wood spirit on the side looked at him sympathetically and silently poured him a cup of wine. Seeing Young Kai suffer a loss, Xiao Xiao, who hadn't stepped onto the stage until now, flew into a rage. He rushed to the center of the stage, rubbing his palms together as if he wanted to avenge Young Kai. But with his height, he was only the shortest among the rock spirits. Against the adult rock spirit, he only lasted 3 breaths of time before he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. The banquet was lively and lively. The two races got along harmoniously, enjoying each other's company. After the fall, the rock spirits began arm wrestling again, competing in physical strength. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai didn't want to compete with the rock spirits anymore. He just sat to the side and quietly watched. In the second half of the night, the rock spirits were still noisy. It seemed that they hadn't been so lively in a long time. Looking at their posture, they wouldn't give up easily until dawn. On the other hand, many of the wood spirits were listless, dozing off listlessly. The little wood spirit, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and whispered something in his ear. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Elder Rock Spirit and the Wood Spirit Patriarch had both gotten up and were walking towards a big tree not far away. Mu-Na also looked back at him. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly stood up, quietly sending a message to Zhong Ruoshi, telling her to stay where she was and to follow. When he arrived at the tree, the elders were already gone. Only Mu-Na was still waiting. When she saw Yang Kai, she stretched out her hand and said, "Please." Yang Kai didn't know why these two races were looking for him, but he didn't ask and walked into the treehouse. This treehouse seemed to be bigger and older than the others. The surrounding walls were mottled with vicissitudes. Elder Rock Spirit stood quietly in front of him. Yang Kai looked around before asking, "What is Elder's order?" The elder turned around and gestured for Yang Kai to sit down. After the host and guest were seated, the elder asked, "Is honored guest planning to take Ninth Stone away?" Ninth Stone was Xiao Xiao's name in the Rock Spirit clan because he was the youngest. So that's what he's asking. Yang Kai understood and smiled. "If he is willing to leave and your clan is willing to let him go, I can naturally take him away. To tell you the truth, Elder, I came to the ancient wild lands this time to look for him." The elder gently nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Kai continued, "But if he is willing to stay, I won't force him. I also want to see him find his own clan and live with them." Chapter 2580. "Sir, you are so kind, but this old man has been too narrow-minded." The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Yang Kai said, "Actually, this is my original intention. I would rather have Xiao Xiao stay and live with you all. I am already satisfied that I was able to find him on this trip." Just as he said, Xiao Xiao being able to find his own tribe and live with his own people was better than being alone with him. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had the characteristics of living in groups. Being alone would cause problems with one's mentality sooner or later. The elder and Mu-Na looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Yang Kai. Mu-Na smiled and said, "I wonder if Sir has heard of the Blood Door?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why this topic had suddenly jumped to this, but he nodded and said, "I didn't know before coming to the ancient lands, but I happened to hear some legends about the Blood Door a few days ago." Mu-Na's beautiful eyes lit up. "Since Sir knows, then this mistress won't have to explain." Yang Kai was stunned. "What does the Blood Door have to do with you?" Mu-Na did not speak this time, instead turning to look at Elder Stone Spirit. The elder said in a deep voice, "The Blood Door has a great relationship with all living beings in the ancient lands. In the ancient lands, there is a saying, enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit." Xie Wu-wei had said this before, which was a few days ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. The elder said, "Although most living beings in the ancient lands have heard of this rumor, there is no way to verify it. Only a few people know about it." "This is true." Yang Kai was slightly moved. He said, "After entering the Blood Door, can one really awaken their ancestral bloodline and transform into a divine spirit?" The elder chuckled and said, "Not necessarily, it is just a chance." Yang Kai's interest was piqued, and he said, "I'd like to hear the details." The elder pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and only after a while did he say, "Living beings in the ancient lands. Most of them are wild species, so they more or less have the bloodline and inheritance of the ancient divine spirit. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit can enter the Blood Door and transform into a divine spirit. Moreover, the process is extremely dangerous, and it can be said that there is a slim chance of survival." Mu-Na continued, "Since guest dares to enter the savage desolate ancient lands, your cultivation must be extraordinary. You should have already come into contact with source energy, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Source strength was something he had never seen before. A cultivator of the Tao Source realm had already made initial contact with it. He was already a venerable emperor, so how could he be unfamiliar with it? Mu-Na said, if you want to transform into a holy spirit and restore the glory of your ancestors, entering the blood door is only the first step. After entering the blood door is the true test. Most of the creatures in the ancient lands thought that they would have a chance to become a holy spirit after entering the blood door. Although it was not wrong. But this is too one-sided. They only know how it is, but they don't know why it is. What's the test? Yang Kai frowned and grasped the key point. The elder said in a deep voice, every holy spirit has its own holy spirit origin. Bloodline atavism is one thing, but the most important thing is to be recognized by the holy spirit origin. Only those who have obtained the holy spirit origin have the chance to become a true holy spirit. Although these words were a bit of a mouthful, Kai Yang immediately understood what she meant. The Holy Spirit origin was a very strange power. For example, the Phoenix True Fire was the Holy Spirit origin. Those who obtained the Phoenix True Fire had a high chance of becoming a fire phoenix. For example, Liu Yang had obtained this opportunity, but whether she could succeed or not depended on her own luck. If she could not obtain the recognition of the Phoenix True Fire, Liu Yang would be doomed. This was also a test for her. In other words, if one wanted to become a holy spirit, one's bloodline power and holy spirit origin were indispensable. Yang Kai was shocked and hesitated. Do you mean to say that inside the blood door, there is a holy spirit origin? The elder and Mu-Na looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to feel that Yang Kai's mind was too sharp to even think of this. The elder nodded, yes, there is indeed a holy spirit origin inside the blood door. If a creature is lucky enough to enter, they can try to fuse with it. Once they succeed, they can become a true holy spirit, but if they fail, they will die. How can there be a holy spirit origin inside the blood door? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder smiled bitterly, because the blood door is only an entrance. Inside the blood door is the Holy Spirit Palace, where many holy spirits' origins are hidden. It can be said that the Holy Spirit Palace contains almost all of the Holy Spirit's origins. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? He suddenly had a guess and asked in shock, could it be that the Holy Spirit Palace is the same as the Myriad Spirit Tomb, where those holy spirits will take the initiative to enter before they die and leave behind their origins? If not, how could the Holy Spirit Palace inside the blood door contain the origins of countless holy spirits? That's not it. Mu-Na shook her head and said, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the heavenly Tao is constant. The strength of the divine spirits is too strong, and it isn't something that can be resisted by humans. During the ancient times, there were numerous divine spirits, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary ability. Moreover, every single one of them was cruel and violent, and they would attack at the slightest provocation, causing the heavens and the earth to be unable to be at peace. However, all things were born together, and yin and yang countered each other. One day, a peerless powerhouse was born from the human race, and that person's strength was extremely effective against the holy spirits. He could be said to be the natural enemy of many holy spirits. He spent countless years of the flowing time great emperor to kill countless evil holy spirits, took away their origins, and sealed them in the Holy Spirit Palace. He then used his great powers to seal the Holy Spirit Palace and hide it inside the blood door, cutting off the inheritance of countless holy spirits and preventing them from continuing their evil deeds. The natural enemy of the Holy Spirit. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, never having imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Just how strong was such a person? Mu-Na said solemnly, according to the rumors, although that person's strength was strong, it didn't surpass the experts of his generation by too much. However, his strength specialized in restraining saint spirits, and any saint spirits were unable to resist him. He had absolute control over their lives. That is why the Holy Spirit Palace contains so much origins of holy spirits. That person called himself Heaven's Punishment, meaning that he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. He wielded a Heaven's Punishment sword, and wherever he passed, holy spirits would retreat and tremble in fear. Heaven's Punishment. Yang Kai remembered this and nodded slightly. but soon asked suspiciously, "How do you know such ancient matters?" Mu-Na glanced at the elder, and the elder chuckled and said, "In terms of longevity, I'm afraid there is no race in this world that can live longer than my Stone Spirit clan. These matters are passed down by word of mouth in my Stone Spirit clan, and they are only matters of the last 2 generations. 2 generations. Young Kai's mouth twitched, realizing that this Stone Spirit elder was an old monster that had lived for more than 100,000 years. No wonder he looked so old. Young Kai took a deep breath and calmed the throbbing in his heart, asking suspiciously, "Elder and Patriarch called me here and specifically told me these things. What do you want me to do?" The elder's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "This old man wants to ask for guests' help, to help my Stone Spirit clan retrieve the Holy Spirit origin left behind by our ancestor." Young Kai was stunned. "Elder, your Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was also a Holy Spirit?" The elder nodded. "That's right, the Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was named Tai Yu, but because he offended heaven's punishment, he was killed by him, and his origins were sealed in the Holy Spirit Palace." Young Kai's face twitched. "Why did you think of asking for my help? I don't understand this at all, and the Bloodgate is currently a little strange. The 4 saint sovereigns of the monster race are all staring at that place, so it won't be easy to enter the Bloodgate." Mu-Na said, "We naturally know this. The strange changes in the Bloodgate are a sign from the heavens. If not for this, we wouldn't have thought of taking action at this time." The elder sighed. "Although the Stone Spirit clan is powerful, it is not easy for us to survive, and it is precisely because of the extraordinary strength we possess that the 4 saint sovereigns of the ancient lands have always wanted to subdue us. Some time ago, the 4 saint sovereigns issued a final ultimatum, telling our clan that if we do not submit, they will destroy us completely. If our clan wants to resist, we can only have the strength to fight against them, and the Bloodgate is our last chance." Young Kai frowned, knowing that the Stone Spirit clan probably had no other choice, which was why they had set their sights on the Bloodgate. They wanted to take back Tai Yu's origin energy and fight against the 4 saint sovereigns. Xiao Xiao was now a member of the Stone Spirit clan, and the survival of the Stone Spirit clan was related to his interests, so Young Kai could not ignore it. After thinking for a while, Young Kai said, "If Elder is willing, I can bring you all out of the savage wildland. Although the 4 saint sovereigns are powerful, as long as we leave this place, they will not be able to do anything." The elder smiled bitterly and said, "It is difficult to leave one's homeland, please forgive us." This was a rejection. Mu-Na said, "Elder, you want 9th Stone to inherit Tai Yu's strength, and if he succeeds, 9th Stone will be the new Tai Yu, and he will have the strength to protect the Stone Spirit clan. 9th Stone was raised by you, so you also hope for him, right? Why do I feel like this is a trap?" Young Kai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, when he heard that the elder wanted Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength, Young Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Tai Yu's strength, she would be the new Saint Spirit. Thinking about it, Xiao Xiao would become Tai Yu, and Liu Yang would become the Fire Phoenix. Although he was tempted, Young Kai still said solemnly, "Why do you want Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength? Are there no other candidates?" The elder smiled and said, 9th Stone is still young, and he is very flexible. If he inherits it, the success rate is the highest. In other words, there is a possibility of failure. Young Kai frowned. The elder and Mu-Na were silent, as this question was not easy to answer. Young Kai's face darkened, and he said, "Does Xiao Xiao know about this?" The elder nodded and said, "I have already asked 9th Stone about this, and he has agreed." Young Kai was unhappy and said, "In other words, even if I don't help, you will still go through the Bloodgate?" "Yes." The elder replied with certainty. Young Kai's face immediately became ugly. Since they had already decided, why did they still need to talk to him? Although the Stone Spirit clan and the Wood Spirit clan gave him a good impression, they didn't have much of a relationship. If they wanted to throw their lives away, Young Kai couldn't do anything about it, but the key was that Xiao Xiao was also involved. Young Kai thought to himself, "Should I find a chance to kidnap Xiao Xiao and run away, so that I don't have to get involved in this mess?" Chapter 2581. Seeing the ugly expression on Young Kai's face, The elder and Mu-Na exchanged a glance before bowing and pleading, "Honored guest, please lend our two clans a hand." Yang Kai stepped aside and said lightly, "The two of you are trying to make things difficult for me." The elder shook his head and said, "That's not the case, we are simply following the will of the heavens." "Will of the heavens?" Yang Kai sneered, "What will of the heavens?" The elder smiled lightly, stepped aside, and pointed to the cave wall, "Honored guest, please take a look." Mu-Na also waved her hand and a stream of light suddenly flew out, illuminating the entire cave wall. The stream of light stuck close to a certain spot on the cave wall and slowly lingered there. As the light shone, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that several extremely ancient paintings had appeared on the cave wall. In the first painting, there was a person sitting cross-legged with a stone placed on his knees. That person extended a finger, and blood dripped from the tip of his finger onto the stone. Strangely, the blood dripping from the fingertip of the person in the painting was not dark red in color. Instead, it was a strange golden color. Yang Kai was startled by this sight, but before he could see it clearly, his eyes involuntarily followed the stream of light to the second painting. In the second painting, the man was still sitting cross-legged, but there was a small figure nearby. This figure had a stooped waist and was on all fours, jumping around like a monkey as it chased after a fluttering butterfly. Both drawings were only sketched with the simplest lines. It was obvious that they were extremely rough, but they vividly displayed the meaning that was to be conveyed. "Is this Xiao Xiao and me?" Yang Kai's mind went blank, unable to believe his eyes. That small figure was clearly Xiao Xiao. As for the figure dripping golden blood, who else could it be but himself? However, this painting was clearly mottled by the flowing time great emperor and was extremely ancient, at least hundreds of thousands of years old, so how could he be recorded in it? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was an extremely surreal scene. When he looked at the third image, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help but constrict because it was the scene of him and Xiao Xiao fighting side by side. The image of Xiao Xiao wielding the heaven-shaking pillar was deeply engraved and lifelike. The fourth painting seemed to be in a passageway. Starlight lingered, and space shattered. Xiao Xiao was sucked into a spatial rift, leaving only her hand outside, as if she was trying to grab something. This was what he had encountered in the starlight corridor when he first entered the star boundary. The fifth painting. Around him, there were 9 stone golems just like him. They were recuperating in the primitive and dense forest. Many smaller wood spirits were flying around them. In the sixth painting, the person who first appeared in the painting found the petite figure, reuniting after a long time. He was overjoyed. The bonfire was brightly lit, and many stone spirits and wood spirits were singing and dancing at the side, completely overlapping with the scene that had happened tonight. In the seventh image, there was an oval-shaped gate that was as red as blood. Countless creatures of all shapes and sizes were fighting near this blood-red gate, and there were many casualties. In the eighth image, the petite figure flew through the air and rushed into the blood-red gate with the help of the human, disappearing from sight. In the ninth image, there was nothing left, only a blood-red gate. Besides this, there was nothing else, leaving behind a great deal of suspense. There was a total of 9 brand images on this tree wall. Although they were simple outlines, they were vivid and lifelike. After Yang Kai finished looking at them, his mind raced. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "What does this mean?" The elder said, "Although the wood spirit race is not good at fighting, they have many strange abilities. The previous wood spirit race leader was proficient in the art of divination. Before she died, she sensed that our 2 races would face a calamity of extinction at some point in the future. She used the last of her life force as the price to perform a divination and find a way out for our 2 races. What she left behind are these 9 patterns." Mu-Na sighed. "For more than 1,000 years, the elder and I have been trying to comprehend the meaning of these 9 images, but we couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until 9th stone suddenly came from the outside world and allowed us to verify the contents of the 5th image that we realized the hope of our 2 races didn't lie with us, but with 9th stone, with you, guest." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Just based on these 9 images? You too want to risk the lives of everyone in our 2 races?" The elder shook his head. "This is the will of heaven, this is a revelation, not a risk. Guest, We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Kai was taken aback. He had heard the elder say this when he first met him today. At that time, he thought it was because of Xiao Xiao, but he didn't expect the elder to have other intentions. Inside the tree hole, the elder and Mu Na looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, their faces full of expectation. Yang Kai sighed. Even if this is a revelation left behind by the previous generation's wood spirit patriarch at the end of her life, there is no guarantee that this matter will succeed. Pointing to the 9th image, Yang Kai continued, there is nothing here. Mu Na solemnly said, I believe the previous master wouldn't do something without a goal in mind. If this was a dead end, she wouldn't have left behind a revelation here. Since she left it behind, then what she showed us is the right path. Guest. The elder spoke again. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. This matter is too important, I need to think about it. You two don't need to say more. Having said that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out of the tree hole without caring about what the two of them meant. It was still noisy outside. Many wood spirits and stone spirits were singing and laughing. Ruo she was pulled down by a group of wood spirits and was dancing gracefully. Her posture was beautiful, causing a group of wood spirits to clap and praise her. A few stone spirits even had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Xiao Xiao was also wriggling around like a madman, but his appearance was really unflattering. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. In a flash, he returned to the small treehouse and sat down cross-legged. Seeing him disappear, the elder sighed slightly, seemingly regretting that he couldn't persuade Yang Kai on the spot. Mu Na turned her head to look at the 9 diagrams. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and a stream of light flashed. The 9th diagram completely changed. The blood-red door was still there, but there was now a huge stone giant. The stone giant looked disdainful and arrogant, and the pitch-black staff on its shoulder showed its small status. Mu Na asked, if it was like this, wouldn't he have agreed just now? The elder answered, since it is a revelation, naturally it will only guide the path, not the result. If it was like this, I'm afraid he would be suspicious. He is not a fool, so what happened before was just right. Hearing the elder's words, Mu Na nodded in agreement. With another wave of her hand, the 9th image returned to its original state. The elder sighed heavily and said, we shouldn't have teamed up to fool him. It's just that we're already at the end of our rope. If we want to succeed, we need help. Naturally, we have to give him a chance to consider. Mu Na said, elder is right. The two patriarchs had gone to great lengths to deceive him. How could Yang Kai have imagined that these two seemingly virtuous and respected existences would actually join hands to deceive him? As for the 9 patterns on the tree wall, they were just something Mu Na had casually drawn, not a sign left behind by the previous generation's wood spirit patriarch. If he knew, Yang Kai would definitely beat them into a pulp. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in the tree hole, was in a dilemma. According to his thoughts, the best choice was to bring the two patriarchs away from this dangerous place. If it really didn't work, he would take Xiao Xiao with him. However, the elder's words made him give up on this idea. If he really wanted to take Xiao Xiao with him, it wasn't impossible. But if he did that, Xiao Xiao would lose the opportunity to become Tai Yu. On one hand, there was a chance for Xiao Xiao to become a holy spirit, but on the other hand, there was a huge risk. Yang Kai was in a dilemma. In the end, it was up to Xiao Xiao to decide. At dawn, the two patriarchs' merry finally stopped. The wood spirits disappeared into the forest, and the stone spirits also returned to their own treehouses. Ruo Shi and Xiao Xiao came back together and saw Yang Kai sitting cross-legged there. Ruo Shi couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She had played too much last night and got carried away. In the end, she didn't even know when Mr. disappeared. Xiao Xiao, come here. Yang Kai beckoned to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately skipped over to his side and looked at him curiously. He didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Yang Kai reached out and held Xiao Xiao's hand. His divine sense surged as he communicated with Xiao Xiao. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, have you really decided? Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xiao really wanted to enter the blood gate. The elder had already analyzed the pros and cons with him and didn't have the slightest intention of forcing him. Xiao Xiao straightened his body and hammered his fists on his chest. His posture said, "I'm strong and I'm not afraid of anything." Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go tell the elder that I agree to his matter." Xiao Xiao was startled for a moment. Obviously, he didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but he still ran out obediently. "Mister, did something happen?" Ruo Shi saw Yang Kai's strange look and couldn't help but ask with some uneasiness. Yang Kai frowned and didn't hide it. The Stone Spirit clan wants to send Xiao Xiao into the Blood Gate to inherit the Holy Spirit source. I'm a little worried. Ah! Ruo Shi suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Enter the Blood Gate, but there now, yes, it's very difficult. If I don't help them, they definitely won't be able to break through the defenses around the Blood Gate. Even with my help, they may not succeed." "Then why did Mr. agree?" Yang Kai said, "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If it really doesn't work, I have some confidence in escaping with them." Ruo Shi's eyes flashed as she bit her red lips and said, "Then I want to help." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "No, if you really want to break through the Blood Gate this time, the situation will be very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Just stay here obediently." Zhong Ruo Shi looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to go against Yang Kai's will and could only whisper, "I know." Yang Kai glanced at her and said softly, "I brought you out of the Zhong family, so I have the responsibility to protect your safety. When you break through to the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to participate in this kind of thing." "Yes." Ruo Shi responded in disappointment. Chapter 2582. Inside the Elder's treehouse, the Stone Spirit Elder and Wood Spirit Patriarch were overjoyed after receiving Xiao Xiao's notice. They secretly felt that their painstaking efforts were not in vain. Finally, Yang Kai agreed to the request of the two races. The two came together and took the initiative to enter Xiao Xiao's treehouse. Ruo Shi and Xiao Xiao were dismissed outside, leaving Yang Kai and the two patriarchs sitting cross-legged. The elder chuckled, obviously in a good mood. Mu Na was also overjoyed. Only Yang Kai's sour face was quite a wet blanket. "Elder, let me make it clear first. Helping you is one thing, but if things don't work out, I will take Xiao Xiao and leave as soon as possible. You will have to fend for yourselves," Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure. Of course, of course." The elder stroked his stone beard and nodded repeatedly. "If things really don't work out, we won't force anything." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I have nothing to say. Do the two of you have any plans?" The elder and Mu Na looked at each other. The former said, rushing over and sending ninth stone through the blood door, "Is this a plan?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he angrily said, "What kind of plan is this? The blood door is now under the surveillance of the 4 Saint Masters. If there's any trouble, the 8 messengers will come out together and the 32 Monster King will come roaring. How are you going to rush over?" The elder was a little embarrassed. "Guest, aren't you proficient in the power of space? Just take us and rush over." Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he stared at the elder. "Xiao Xiao told you?" He had never shown his space force in front of the Stone Spirit clan, yet the elder knew this. Obviously, he heard it from Xiao Xiao. Mu Na said, "Guest, please don't be angry. Our two races have no malice towards you and will not disclose any of your secrets." Ninth Stone didn't reveal this on his own initiative. When Ninth Stone came to find us, the elder found the information from his memories. Yang Kai's voice was even colder as he sneered softly, "Then what other secrets do the two of you know?" The elder coughed dryly and said, "We also know that you have a magical space artifact that can bring us along without us knowing." Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. They had even killed him to silence him. However, after doing this, he understood why the two clans were so insistent on seeking his help. In fact, they didn't even inquire about his strength before this. He had the sealed world bead and was proficient in the power of space. He could indeed bring them to the Blood Gate without anyone noticing. This was an advantage that no one else had. It would be more convenient to ask for help than to ask for help from others. The elder said, "Our plan is like this. Our clansmen will hide in the space artifact first, then you will use the space divine technique to bring us to the blood door. You don't have to worry about the rest. As long as you can get close to the blood door, we have a way to send ninth stone into the blood door. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, as far as I know, the blood door is one of the two great restrictions of the savage wilderness ancient land. Normally, the creatures of the savage wilderness ancient land can't even get close to it, let alone enter it. What method do you have? Mu-Na grinned. She said, normally is normal, but now that the blood door is moving, the restrictions have loosened. Getting close to the blood door isn't a problem, the biggest problem is how to break the seal on the blood door. The elder said proudly, brute force can defeat 10 tricks. With my rock spirit clan working together, we can break any seal. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. You want to use brute force? The elder raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong with that? Yang Kai slapped himself in the face before turning to look at Mu-Na and saying, Patriarch, the Stone Spirit Clan's brains aren't as bright as they used to be. Why are you following them? Mu-Na smiled bitterly and said, is there a better method? Yang Kai was speechless. He realized that these two clans didn't have a good plan at all. They were simply forcing a duck onto a perch. They were forced by the 4 Saint Venerables to the point that they had no choice but to take a risk. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Tai Yu's power and become an ancient divine spirit, then he could naturally protect the two clans under the eyes of the 4 Saint Venerables. In short, the two clans would either succeed or die trying. After being indifferent for a while, Yang Kai said, maybe, I can try to break the seal on the blood door. Since the sacred spirit palace is sealed inside the blood door, there must be a small world inside. My space divine technique might be able to tear apart the power of that small world. When the elder heard this, he immediately rubbed his hands and said, it would be best if a guest can make a move, but if it doesn't work, we still have to use brute force. Yang Kai always felt that the elder was wise and farsighted, but now it seemed that the stone spirit was still a stone spirit. Even though it had lived for a long time, its brain wasn't very bright. It preferred to use brute force to solve problems. It was really difficult for the Wood Spirit Clan to live with them for so long. When are we leaving? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. There's no time to lose. We have to go sooner or later. This old man means to leave tomorrow morning, the elder said solemnly. Mu-Na nodded slightly. Obviously, she also had the same idea. Yang Kai sighed and said, all right, the two of you go back and tell your clansmen to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will leave. The elder and Mu-Na immediately bid farewell and left. It was obvious that they were going back to inform their clansmen. Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the treehouse. The operation of the two clans could be said to be extremely risky. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. The chances of failure were extremely high. What he needed to consider now was how to increase the safety factor and the success rate. After all, they had to act under the noses of the 4 holy spirits of the ancient land. Once those 4 holy spirits acted to stop them, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he might not be able to escape safely. Perhaps Xie Wu-wei could help a little. Yang Kai spent the entire night in deep thought. At dawn, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai opened his eyes and swept out with his divine sense. He immediately noticed that the entire Stone Spirit Clan had moved out. Not only the Stone Spirit Clan, but even the Wood Spirit Clan had sent out over 100 clansmen. Under Mu-Na's lead, they flew above the heads of the Stone Spirit Clan. Now that the arrow was narked on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Yang Kai sighed, got up, and walked out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the faces of the two patriarchs turned solemn. The elder said, guest, we are ready. Yang Kai looked at Mu-Na and frowned. The Wood Spirit Clan is also going? Although Mu-Na and the elder had discussed this matter with him yesterday, he really didn't expect the Wood Spirit Clan to also come out in full force. This trip was extremely dangerous. What could the Wood Spirit Clan, who weren't good at fighting, do? Once they were dragged into the battle, any demon king would be able to slaughter them all. The elder smiled and said, the Wood Spirit Clan and my Stone Spirit Clan live together. Although they won't directly participate in the battle, they will still be of great help. Guest need not worry. Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, in that case, it's up to you. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai suspiciously asked, where's Ruoshi? He actually couldn't find Zhong Ruoshi. Yesterday, he had been meditating in the treehouse, racking his brains and didn't see Ruoshi's face. He thought she had been outside all this time, but only now did he discover that Ruoshi was gone. The elder and Mu-Na looked at each other and then turned to their clansmen. Have you seen that little girl? No one answered. Not to mention the rare stone spirit clan, even the 100 or so wood spirits didn't know where Ruoshi was. Yang Kai's face changed. His divine sense frantically spread out like a tide, covering a radius of several thousand miles in an instant. But where his divine sense covered, there was no trace of Ruoshi at all. This made him both shocked and angry. How could a living person disappear for no reason? Ninth stone, do you know something? The elder suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xiao Xiao standing there with an uneasy look on his face. He was constantly scratching his ears and cheeks, and his eyes were erratic. Yang Kai's heart moved. Looking at him, he asked, Xiao Xiao, where did Ruoshi go? Seeing that he couldn't hide, Xiao Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly and whimpered a few times. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly. Looking up in the direction of the blood door, he gritted his teeth. That girl. Mu-Na also covered her mouth and blurted out, she actually set off to the blood door first. Yang Kai angrily retorted, it must be because I stopped her from participating in this operation yesterday. That's why she's acting on her own. When I catch her later, I'll spank her ass. He was simply furious. Ruoshi had always been well behaved and obedient, but this time she actually dared to sneak away without telling him. How can this be? Yang Kai raised his hand again and knocked Xiao Xiao's head. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Xiao covered his head and whimpered twice with a face full of grievance. It's useless to say this now. Dear guest, it's best to find her as soon as possible. The blood door is now densely surrounded by demons. If she falls into their hands, things will become troublesome. The elder advised. How could Yang Kai not understand this? He could only suppress the impatience in his heart and say, relax your mind and body, don't resist. Don't make a fuss about what you see later. After saying this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the two clans. Under the surge of space principles, the sealed world bead opened and the two clans were taken into the small sealed world one after another. The embodiment, who had already been notified by Yang Kai, sat there with a smile, welcoming the arrival of the two clans. The elder had said that the Stone Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw the embodiment, but he was too lazy to care, nor was he in the mood to explain the uniqueness of the embodiment to them. After putting all the members of the two clans into the sealed world bead, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the blood door. Along the way, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense, hoping to find traces of Zhong Ruoshi. However, this little girl had set off a day earlier. If she had gone at full speed, she might have already arrived near the blood door. Naturally, there was no trace of her on the way. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Zhong Ruoshi was already 300 kilometers away from the blood door. She had been careful along the way, and although there was a bit of luck involved, she hadn't encountered too many twists and turns. However, she didn't dare to move forward now that she was here. There were too many monster race cultivators in front of her, and none of them were hiding their auras. If she dared to appear at will, she would definitely be discovered. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Ruoshi was hiding in the canopy of a big tree, trying her best to restrain her aura. Although she was quite strong now, she absolutely didn't want to get into any trouble in this place, so naturally, she focused on hiding and waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. As long as she waited for Sir to arrive and clash with the monster race, she would rush out to help Sir. Presumably, Sir wouldn't blame her at that time. She really just wanted to help. She didn't want to be sucked into Yang Kai's sealed world bead and wait in boredom whenever there was danger. That would make her seem useless. A group of patrolling monster race monsters passed by nearby, but they didn't find any trace of Zhong Ruoxi. This made her secretly rejoice and gave her a lot of confidence. This was the first time she had done such a dangerous thing, so naturally, she was nervous. Fortunately, following Yang Kai around all these years wasn't a fruitless journey. She had experienced a lot of storms, so even if she was nervous, she could barely maintain her current state. Time passed by little by little. Another group of patrolling monster race monsters came from the front. These monster race monsters were extremely vigilant, looking around as if looking for any suspicious traces. Seeing this group of monster race monsters passing by under the tree, one of them suddenly stopped, his nose twitching slightly, constantly sniffing in the air. "What's wrong?" Another monster race looked at him and asked suspiciously. The monster race monster didn't answer and sniffed for a while before suddenly raising his brow and saying, "There's the scent of a human." As soon as this remark came out, Ruoxi's face changed drastically. She knew this was bad. She was afraid that she had exposed something. Once this group of monster race monsters determined her whereabouts, it would be difficult for her to escape. She could only hope that this monster race monster was just suspicious. She couldn't be sure. This way, she might be able to escape this disaster. But her hopes were quickly dashed. After sniffing for a while, the monster race monster suddenly raised his head and looked at the canopy. Although they were separated by a thick layer of leaves and their eyes didn't meet, Zhong Ruoxi's heart still beat violently. She knew that she could no longer hide in this place. Just as she made up her mind to escape from here. Suddenly, a dirty head with disheveled hair appeared beside her. It hung upside down in front of her and grinned at her. Ruoxi was so startled that she almost exclaimed out loud. But after seeing clearly who this unkempt person was, she quickly covered her mouth and didn't dare to make any noise. She just stared at the dirty face with her pair of beautiful eyes. A hand reached out towards Zhong Ruoxi. He grabbed her, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! One of the demon clan members jumped up to the top of the tree and looked around for a while. However, he did not find anything. He could not help but scratch his head. His face was filled with suspicion. "What's the situation up there?" asked one of the demons waiting below. "Nothing at all," the spectating Yarrow replied. He jumped down again and laughed. "Maybe it's just my imagination." The group of demon clan members looked at him with displeasure, scolding him for being too paranoid. Only then did they continue to move forward. Atop the crown of another tree, Zhong Ruoxi watched as the group of monster race disappeared into the distance. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh, her full chest heaving up and down violently. Just now, her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. She almost thought she was going to die. Fortunately, a noble person came to her rescue at the critical moment. She quickly turned her head and looked to the side. Beside her, Iceheart Valley's third sister was looking at her with a silly smile. Taking a closer look, Ruoxi realized that this woman should have a beautiful face. But now, her mind was damaged and she was slovenly. Living in the ancient lands all year round, her face was completely covered in dust and dirt. It was hard not to sigh. "Third senior, why are you here?" Ruoxi didn't know the name of this person in front of her. After all, she didn't even know Yang Kai, so she could only vaguely address her. It's hard to tell if he understood Ruoxi's question. Anyway, he didn't seem to have any intention of answering. Instead, he kept sniffing like a demon. His dirty nose was almost sticking to Ruoxi's body. He seemed to think that Ruoxi's body smelled very good. While sniffing, he showed an intoxicated look. Ruoxi felt very uncomfortable being sniffed and felt itchy all over. She quickly stretched out her hand in front of her, blocking third sister's intention to continue to violate her. She said, "Third senior, don't make trouble. You'll be discovered by those demon clan members." Third sister was pushed away by her. She immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Seeing her like this, Ruoxi couldn't bear to see her like this. She was a beautiful woman with a powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation. In the outside world, she would definitely be admired and pursued by countless men. But now, she was in such a state. Ruoxi wondered if her master, Senior Bing Yun, would be distressed if she knew about this. "Okay, third senior, I have something to do." Be good. Zhongruo, she reached out and held third sister's two dirty paws. She didn't show any disdain. Patting them gently, she said softly, I'll wait for Sir here. Sir, do you know the person who gave you the fruit last time? Sir has been looking for you. Don't run around and wait for him here with me, okay? Third sister looked at Zhongruo for a while and suddenly nodded vigorously. Ruo smiled, you can understand? Third pounced on Ruo like a tiger and hugged her tightly. Burying his head into Ruo ample bosom, he began to crazily rub his head against her. Third senior. I can't breathe. Ruo's face flushed red. A strange feeling in her chest made her feel weak all over. The strength that was tightening around her made it difficult for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as third sister, so she couldn't break free. Just as Mu-Na had said before, after the blood door's mutation, the inexplicable force in the vicinity seemed to have disappeared. Usually, no one could get close to the blood door. Even the most powerful monster king would be turned into pus by that mysterious force and die. But now, weak monster race cultivators were constantly pouring in from all directions. As if they had lost their minds, they rushed towards the blood door. Bloodline attraction. Xie Wuwei had mentioned this before. After the blood door's mutation, the aura of the divine spirit source of the divine spirit palace began to leak out. This was a great temptation to any ancient lands creature. Those weak monster race cultivators were lured in and gradually lost their minds and rushed towards the blood door. But these monster race cultivators were destined to be unable to get within 10 kilometers. Because at this moment, 8 figures were constantly shuttling around the blood door. Once they found a monster race cultivator trying to get close to the blood door, they would not hesitate to kill them. These 8 monster race cultivators were the left and right divine envoys under the 4 great saints. For a time, corpses were everywhere within 10 kilometers of the blood door. In just a few days, countless ancient lands creatures had died at the hands of the 8 divine envoys, but they still couldn't stop the countless monster race cultivators from rushing in. 50 kilometers away, on top of a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, 4 figures were either sitting or standing. Outside the stone pavilion, some monster race cultivators were respectfully guarding. From time to time, they would look at the 4 figures with awe. These 4 figures were the 4 great saints of the ancient lands. The blood door's mutation was a matter of great importance. Even the 4 of them had to personally investigate the situation and guard the vicinity in case of any accidents. The figure on the left was a middle-aged man. He wore a purple brocade robe and a crown on his head. He looked no different from an ordinary human, but his face was dignified. His eyes were like lightning, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This person was the Eastern Holy Sage. Fan Kai. The figure on the right looked somewhat similar to the rock spirit. They both had stone-like bodies, and their skin was like a stone helmet. However, unlike the gentleness of the rock spirit, this figure gave off an extremely fierce feeling. His entire body was covered with stone spikes, and even his face was fierce and fiendish. A vicious aura lingered around his body, and his 2 eyes burned like flames, as if they wanted to devour someone. The Northern Holy Sage, Shehua. In the star boundary, the other 3 territories might not have heard of Shehua's name, but to the cultivators in the Eastern Territory, Shehua's name was like thunder to their ears. There was no other reason. 30,000 years ago, a top sect in the Eastern region, the Black Tortoise sect, had been annihilated by Shehua, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect were practically slaughtered. After the massacre, the Serene Soul Emperor was furious and had personally made a move to capture Shehua, yet Shehua still escaped into the barbaric desolate ancient grounds. To be able to escape safely under the Great Emperor's personal pursuit, one could see how strong Shehua was. In Maplewood City, Qin Caoyang's ancestor was a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. The Emperor Artifact Myriad's sword was his ancestor's sword. The 7 points Black Tortoise array that Qin Caoyang taught to young Kai was also a secret of the Black Tortoise sect. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, the Qin family's ancestor wandered to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Not long after, he died from his injuries. Generation after generation, the family had declined. In the middle of the stone pavilion, On a stone table, there was a pot of hot tea. A beautiful woman sat at the table. Her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, her figure was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were charming. Her hair was like a waterfall falling behind her head, straight down to her delicate buttocks, and her face could be described as peerless. The beautiful woman stretched out her delicate hands and poured herself a cup of tea, quietly sipping it. The Southern Saint Senior, Luan Fong. If one didn't know her background, perhaps no one would dare to believe that such a seductive beauty was actually a top saint spirit with an ancient inheritance. Those who dared to provoke her had already been burned to ashes by the world-extinguishing black flames. The last figure had a sinister look in his eyes. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. He sat on the stone bench in front of Luan Fong, motionless, as if he was a fossil. Intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze would always wander towards Luan Fong's beautiful body, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Luan Fong gently sipped her tea and said lightly, "Kang Dog, if you look around again, do you believe that this queen will gouge out your eyes?" When the man who was called Kang Dog heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he could only smile and say, "Lady Luan Fong, why do you keep people 1,000 miles away? Don't you know this king's feelings for you?" Luan Fong did not raise her eyes, her voice still indifferent. "This queen only knows that you are very annoying." Chapter 2584. If someone else dared to say that Kang Dog was annoying, he would have already torn that person apart. However, the person in front of him had the qualifications to say that. Not to mention that Kang Dog liked her very much, he was not as strong as Luan Fong. Among the holy spirits, there were differences in strength. In ancient times, there was even a ranking list of holy spirits. On that list, dragons and phoenixes were ranked at the top. Compared to the two holy spirits, the holy spirits ranked at the bottom were not on the same level. Luan Fong was a branch of the Phoenix clan. Although she was not as strong as her ancestor, she was still very strong. Especially that world-destroying black flame, it was very difficult to deal with. Among the 4 holy spirits of the ancient land, if there was a ranking, Luan Fong would definitely be ranked first. This was something the other 3 holy spirits could not deny. However, these 4 holy spirits lived in the ancient land all year round. If there was no need, they would not fight. Although Luan Fong was strong, if it was a life and death battle, the other 3 were not weak either. Even if they could not kill her, they could still severely injure her. The 4 holy venerates barely managed to maintain a balance in the ancient lands. After being looked down upon by Luan Fong, Kang Dog could not help but become angry. He said unwillingly, "My eyes are on my body. I can look wherever I want to." Luan Fong's hand paused. She slightly raised her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Kang Dog for a while. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and blew in his direction. A wisp of black flame suddenly appeared and attacked Kang Dog like a snake. World-destroying black flame. Kang Dog's expression changed. He realized that he had gone too far. Luan Fong actually attacked him. He hastily retreated. At the same time, he slapped forward with both hands. With one slap, the void shattered and the entire stone pavilion turned into dust. Several figures jumped out one after another and stood in the air. "What are you two doing?" Fan Hua's face was cold. She glanced at Kang Dog and Luan Fong and coldly shouted, "Why do you two act like this every time you see each other?" Luan Fong stroked the hair on her shoulder. She said flirtatiously, "It's him who comes to provoke me every time." Kang Dog was furious. He said, "I just looked at you a few times. It's not like I'll lose my flesh. You want to kill me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The Luan Fong looked at him coldly and said, "I won't lose anything, but your gaze makes me feel very uncomfortable. Since I feel uncomfortable, I naturally have to make a move." The dog said, "Good, good, good. This lord has tolerated you for a long time. Since you look down on this lord so much, then let's see who's better today." "Sure." The Luan Fong turned around and sneered, "I've been wanting to kill you for a long time now. Since you're asking for death, I'll kill you. Then this consort will fulfill your wish. You too." Fan Hua's face was frosty. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Have you had enough? He seemed to have some prestige among the four of them, so when he spoke, whether it was the Kang dog or the Luanfeng, they didn't say anything. They just turned their heads and coldly snorted. In such troubled times, not only are you two not working together, but you are also fighting among yourselves. Fan Hua looked as if he was exasperated. Is it fun to be laughed at by your subordinates? Kang Go and Luanfeng both had embarrassed expressions and curled their lips. Around the stone pavilion. Sure enough, a group of monster race guards stared at them with wide eyes, as if they didn't understand why the high and mighty Saint Venerables would suddenly start fighting. And you? Fan Hua turned to Shi Hua. What does it have to do with me? Shi Hua shook his head, an innocent expression on his face. You only know how to watch the show every time. Don't you know how to stop them? Fan Hua coldly snorted. Shi Hua muttered unhappily, they're fighting among themselves, and I'm just watching. It's none of our business. The corners of Fan Hua's eyes twitched a few times, a helpless expression on his face. After a while, he calmed down and said, the blood door has changed. Under the attraction of the bloodline, all the creatures in the ancient lands have acted strangely. If it weren't for the four of us guarding this place, those monster king below would have tried to enter the blood door already. You have all inherited the origin strength and memories of your ancestors, so you should know what secrets lie behind the blood door. In the past, that person wielded the heavenly punishment sword and killed all the saint spirits in the world. Our ancestors were lucky enough to escape. You don't want that person to appear again and we have to run for our lives, do you? Hearing him mention that person, the other three Saint Venerables couldn't help but change their expressions. In the ancient land, even the majority of the 32 demon kings did not know the secrets of the blood door. However, the four of them were different. The four of them had inherited their ancestors' origin energy and ancient memories, so they clearly knew what was sealed within the blood door. Not only was there the origin strength of countless saint spirits, but there was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was feared by all saint spirits in the world. If someone broke the seal of the blood door and released the sword, no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for the saint spirits to hide. The four of them would be the first ones to suffer. It was because of the importance of this matter that the four of them had to take action personally. They ordered the 32 Monster King to guard the surroundings and not let any creatures near the blood door. They were afraid that the seal of the blood door would be broken and the heavenly punishment sword would reappear in the world. Seeing the silence of the three, Fan Hua nodded slightly and said in a serious voice, as long as the four of us are united, even if the Monster King wants to, they won't dare to barge into the blood door. After this period of time, we can rest easy. But if you really fight, the Monster King below will be in chaos. If something happens to the blood door, who can bear the responsibility? His words were reasonable, and the other three Saint Venerables nodded. Kang Go and Luanfeng also restrained their hostility. They knew that now was not the time for internal strife. 30 miles away from the blood door, Xie Wuwei was leading a group of demon generals to disperse in a territory to stop the creatures of the ancient lands who were trying to enter the blood door. His eyes would look in a certain direction from time to time. That was where the four Saint Venerables were gathered. He sat on an armchair and sneered from time to time. He knew why the four Saint Venerables were gathered near the blood door. The four Masters were obviously worried about the Monster Kings under them. They were afraid that these Monster Kings would not be able to resist the temptation of the blood door, so they were personally monitoring this place. In fact, it was indeed so. If the four Saint Venerables were not nearby, Xie Wuwei would have already broken the seal of the blood door. With his ability, he had reached the limit of his cultivation. There was no room for him to grow in this life. For a demon race who yearned for power, this was undoubtedly an extremely painful torture. The change in the blood door gave him hope. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and powerful force in the blood door that was resonating with his bloodline. It was definitely a force that could give him a new life, return to his ancestral bloodline, and transform into a holy spirit. Once he obtained this power, he could become an existence on par with the four Saint Venerables. He would no longer need to listen to the orders of others. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance. He could not even get close to the blood door. Under the surveillance of the 4 Saint Venerables, he believed that he would be killed before he could even get close to the blood door. With a heavy sigh, Xie Wuwei smashed the armrest of the chair with a slap. He was full of unwillingness. It would be a pity if he missed such a good opportunity. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked in another direction. His heart skipped a beat. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he stood up slowly. The demon race expert named Shu Yu, who was following beside him, saw this and could not help but ask, "Where is Master going?" "I'm bored. I'm going to take a walk. You guys continue to monitor. If anyone tries to break through, kill without mercy," Xie Wuwei ordered with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Shu Yu cupped his fists and replied. He watched Xie Wuwei leave. After leaving the line of sight of the demon race subordinates, Xie Wuwei's figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. A moment later, he suddenly appeared sneakily on the trunk of a big tree. He looked around for a while with a suspicious expression. Just as he was confused, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. A person appeared out of thin air. Xie Wuwei was shocked. His monster chi rolled and he was about to attack in a hurry. "Monster King, it's me." A familiar voice rang out, forcing Xie Wuwei to hold back his strength. "Young Master Yang." Xie Wuwei looked around with a surprised expression. "Where did you come from?" With his cultivation, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's whereabouts, which was quite unbelievable. Yang Kai smiled and did not answer his question. Instead, he said, "Monster King, there's something I need your help with." Xie Wuwei immediately looked at him with vigilance and asked nervously, "What is it?" Yang Kai waved at him. Xie Wuwei looked bored, but he had no choice but to go over. Yang Kai whispered a few words in his ear. Xie Wuwei's face changed drastically. He said in horror, "You want me to inform the Saint Venerables? Aren't you asking me to throw my life away?" Although he was Yang Kai's soul slave, Xie Wuwei was not willing to throw his life away. He was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is this throwing your life away?" Xie Wuwei coldly snorted, "It's obvious that this news is fake. The Saint Venerables are not idiots. How can they not find out? Once they find out, this king will not be able to survive." While speaking, he shook his head like a rattledrum. "This king won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Instead of dying at the hands of the furious Saint Venerables, I'd rather die at your hands. Just do it." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Who told you this news was fake?" Xie Wuwei glanced at him and curled his lips. "Don't lie to this king. Everyone in the ancient lands knows about that bell. It was taken away by a human master tens of thousands of years ago. How could it appear in the ancient lands for no reason?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "This bell isn't fake." Xie Wuwei was shocked. He said in shock, "This king is just a monster race. I'm not as cunning as you humans. Don't lie to me." Yang Kai grinned and patted Monster King's shoulder. "Why would I lie to you? You just need to leak this news to the Saint Venerables. I guarantee you'll be fine." Chapter 2585. But, how could that bell come back for no reason? Xie Wuwei still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and stared. "Could it be that you—" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "That's right, that bell belongs to me now. I've already hidden it in that place." Xie Wuwei looked up in shock, his eyes filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. "Monster King, you won't not help me with this small matter, right?" Yang Kai's face sank again. "Don't forget, your soul imprint is still in this young master's hands." Xie Wuwei frowned. "Why do you want this king to reveal this information to the 4 saint sovereigns? That's this young master's business, you don't need to ask." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Xie Wuwei ignored his evasiveness and said, "You want to lure the 4 saint sovereigns away. Could it be that you want to enter the blood door? Aren't you a human?" The blood door was a forbidden area for the ancient lands creatures. Only the ancient lands creatures could have a bloodline attraction. Why would a human like Yang Kai want to enter the blood door? Xie Wuwei couldn't figure it out. "Why do you care so much?" Yang Kai impatiently pushed him and turned him around. He patted his back and said, "Hurry up and do what you need to do." Xie Wuwei didn't leave. He turned around with bright eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, if you want to enter the blood door, count me in." "You also want to enter the blood door?" Yang Kai glanced at him in amazement, but soon understood that Xie Wuwei also wanted to obtain the divine spirit's power. Xie Wuwei snorted, "If it weren't for the 4 saint sovereigns nearby, this king would have already rushed over. Why would I wait until now?" Yang Kai chuckled. He nodded and said, "All right, then let's see if you have the opportunity when the time comes." Xie Wuwei immediately became spirited. His figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. In the broken stone pavilion, the 4 saint sovereigns stood side by side. They looked at the blood door with serious gazes. At this moment, suddenly, a Yarrow general rushed over in a hurry. He raised his head and cupped his fists. "Greetings, lords." Fan Hua looked down and said coldly, "What's the matter?" The goblin general replied, "Master, Xie Wuwei, Xie Monster King, requests an audience." "Xie Wuwei?" Fan Hua frowned. Of course, he knew Xie Wuwei. He was one of the 8 monster kings under his command. He was smart and strong, and could be considered one of the top monster kings. Why did he come to see him at this time? Fan Hua waved his hand and said, "Call him over." "Yes." The demon general replied. He hurriedly retreated. Not long after, Xie Wuwei followed behind him and returned to this place. Even though he was the monster king, Xie Wuwei still felt a mountain of pressure when he saw the 4 holy sages. This was especially so when he and Yang Kai's secret plan was no small matter. Once the Lord found out about it, he would die immediately. He could not help but feel a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Xie Wuwei cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master." Other than Fan Hua, who glanced at him, the other 3 holy sages did not pay any attention to him. After all, Xie Wuwei was the monster king under Fan Hua. He had nothing to do with them. "What's the matter?" Fan Hua asked calmly. Xie Wuwei raised his head and looked at him. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. His appearance aroused the curiosity of the other 3 holy sages. They all turned their heads to look. Fan Hua said, "Just say it. The holy sages are not outsiders. I was waiting for you to say that." Xie Wuwei was secretly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists again and said, "Master, one of my demon generals accidentally found a bell in a valley 3,000 miles away from here." "A bell? What kind of bell is that?" Fan Hua frowned and asked. Xie Wuwei said, "According to the demon general's description and my own speculation, that bell is very likely to be the legendary Mountains and Rivers Bell." "What?" Brahma Centipede was astounded. The other 3 Saint Venerables also looked at him in shock, their eyes sparkling. In an instant, Xie Wuwei's body felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to breathe. "Are you sure it's the Mountains and Rivers Bell?" Luan Feng could not help but ask. Xie Wuwei said with difficulty, "There's an 80% chance. Because my subordinate said that the bell was exuding a very strong wild power. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth. He only glanced at it from afar and did not dare to approach it. He hurried back to report. Suppressing the heavens and earth, wild power." Kang Go's lips trembled with excitement. "It must be the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Where is it exactly?" Fan Hua saw his excitement and said indifferently, "This is strange. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was stolen by Yuan Ding from the ancient lands and disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that this ancient rare treasure was lost in the Shattered Star Sea along with Yuan Ding's fall. How could it reappear in the ancient lands for no reason, and at this time?" He was undoubtedly suspicious, so even though the Mountains and Rivers Bell was of great use to him, he could not help but inquire about it. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes also flashed when she heard this. She nodded slightly and said, "The timing is indeed strange." Shihua rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you suspect that someone is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" Fan Hua coldly snorted and looked at Xie Wuwei with a cold face. "Don't worry, this king has always treated you well. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king?" Xie Wuwei's entire body stiffened, and he was even unable to raise his head under the extremely great pressure. He could only say in a low voice, "My lord, I naturally wouldn't dare forget the kindness of recognizing my worth. However, this matter is indeed true, so I don't dare conceal anything. As for the bell, this subordinate heard that the shattered star sea on the human side just opened a few years ago. Did someone bring the mountains and rivers bell out of the shattered star sea?" As soon as these words came out, Fan Hua showed a thoughtful look. He naturally knew about the shattered star sea, so Xie Wuwei's words had some basis. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. It's only a few thousand kilometers away, Kang Go urged from the side, looking impatient. Of course we will go and take a look, but who will stay here to keep watch? Fan Hua glanced at the others. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. This queen has not seen much of the world, so I will go and broaden my horizons. Kang Go sternly said, "I will also go and take a look." Fan Hua turned his gaze to Shehua, but Shehua was not happy and snorted, "What are you looking at me for? I want to go too. Anyway, if you all leave, I won't stay here alone." Fan Hua sighed, knowing that these three could not be counted on. The mountains and rivers bell had appeared at this time for no reason, and it was thousands of kilometers away, so he couldn't help but wonder if someone wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, all four saint sages wanted this bell and were afraid it would be taken by others, so it was not appropriate to leave anyone here. Sighing, he said, "Then let's all go and take a look." However, the mountains and rivers bell is an ancient rare treasure that not everyone can subdue. Everyone depends on their own luck. Although he felt it was a little inappropriate, the temptation of the mountains and rivers bell was too great. Not to mention, there were 32 Monster King and the 8 great holy emissaries guarding this place, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short time. Xie Wuwei, who was standing below uneasily, was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that great things were looking forward to. Once these four left, it would be much easier for Yang Kai to act. However, he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on that gave him the confidence to break the blood door seal in front of so many monster race masters. There were nearly 40 Third Order Emperor Realm Masters, and when they joined forces, even the great emperors would have to avoid them. However, before he could savor this joy, Fan Hua suddenly beckoned to him and said, "Wu Wei, you lead the way." Xie Wuwei's face turned bitter, but he didn't dare to resist and could only obediently lead the way. In a flash of light, Xie Wuwei had already disappeared with the 4 saint sages. In the distant jungle, Yang Kai, who had concealed his aura, watched the 4 saint sages leave and breathed a sigh of relief. With these 4 divine spirits guarding this place, he really didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the biggest threat had been eliminated. Although the remaining Monster King and Saint Envoy were powerful, they weren't to the point of despair. After waiting quietly for a while, and confirming that the 4 saint sages were far away, Yang Kai released his divine sense and communicated with his embodiment. In the small sealed world, the embodiment, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Get ready." The group of stone spirits and wood spirits, who had been waiting for a long time, all looked solemn. Even Xiao Xiao took out the heaven-shaking pillar and carried it on his shoulder, looking majestic. Everyone knew that what awaited them next was a battle to the death. If they didn't succeed, they would die for a righteous cause. A somber atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing the entire small sealed world to become much more dignified. On the towering mountain peak, there was nothing but an oval-shaped blood-red door standing in place. The Blood Door, one of the 2 great forbidden areas of the ancient wild land, a place where the creatures of the ancient wild land could be reborn. Figures shuttled back and forth near the Blood Door, constantly patrolling. The aura of each figure was dense, and their monster chi was rolling. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. These people were the left and right saint envoys under the 4 saint sages. There were a total of 8 of them. They were the most trusted subordinates of the 4 saint sages, so naturally, they were arranged to patrol the innermost area, in order to guard against the Monster King. However, the Blood Door was also very tempting to the 8 emissaries. It was an attraction that came from their bloodlines and could not be covered up by their loyalty. As the 8 emissaries patrolled back and forth, they glanced at the Blood Door from time to time. Their eyes were filled with desire. However, with others present, no matter how tempted they were, they didn't dare to barge into the blood door. This kind of thing was extremely painful and torturous. It was like starving to death, but there was a delicious meal in front of you, but you couldn't eat it. Fortunately, the 8 saint envoys were all quite strong, so they could barely suppress the restlessness in their hearts. Chem. At this moment, an envoy who was patrolling nearby paused and glanced at the place where the blood door was located. He frowned. He faintly felt that there were some abnormal energy fluctuations coming from the blood door. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 2586. Before the Saint Envoy could figure out what was going on, the space on the other side distorted and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. The Saint Envoy was shocked. The 8 of them had clearly sealed off the surrounding 10 kilometers. Not even a mosquito could fly in, let alone a human. There were also 32 monster king guards 50 kilometers away. How could a human enter under all these layers of interception? And judging from his aura, it was actually a human. How could this be? The Saint Envoy was both shocked and angry. He hurriedly shouted, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you trespass into the restricted area? Hand over your life." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a rainbow, wrapped in the rolling demonic chi, pouncing towards Yang Kai. While in midair, he swatted down with his palm. This was a furious blow from a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so naturally, its power was extraordinary. Yang Kai stood in place, feeling all the bones in his body creak. For the first time, he truly experienced the terrifying strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't panic and just coldly watched the monster race's figure pouncing towards him. When it was about time, he suddenly waved his hand. Shua shua shua. Like a divine army descending from the heavens, the Stone Spirit Clan, led by Elder Shi Ling, made a shocking appearance. However, there was no trace of the Wood Spirit Clan. The hundreds of Wood Spirit clansmen were nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai suspicious. Roar. A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth in an instant. It took a small step forward, and its body, which was only half the height of a human, suddenly grew bigger. It was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds, and suddenly turned into a 30 feet tall stone giant. It was clad in a stone armor with a deep luster. He looked impregnable. It seemed to be able to defend against attacks that could destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder also grew longer and thicker at the same time. He swung it at the incoming monster race saint. The sound of wind and thunder rang out. The power of this staff swept up the power of heaven and earth. The monster race saint was instantly thrown into chaos. Previously, when he saw Yang Kai alone, he didn't hesitate to rush over and kill Yang Kai. To eliminate future troubles. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, so many stone people would suddenly appear in front of him. Before he could even react, Xiao Xiao's staff had already smashed towards him. The demon race's divine emissary was quite impressive. He quickly stopped himself and released his demon chi, forming a layer of protection around his body. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom, as the heaven-shaking pillar came crashing down, the demonic saint felt an unimaginable force rushing toward him. His demon essence was shattered, and the bones in his arms were broken. His body flew out uncontrollably. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Only after flying for several thousand feet did he manage to stabilize himself. The terrifying power of the Rock Spirit Clan. That was how domineering he was. Even the monster race's divine envoy, whose strength was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not be able to withstand such a blow. Rock, Spirit. The eyes of the sacred emissary of the demon race turned red. Although he had suffered a loss, it was only a minor injury. It was nothing serious. Instead, it provoked his murderous intent. Swish swish swish, many people who heard the commotion flew over from all directions and stood on either side of the demon race divine envoy. Including the demon race divine envoy from before, there were a total of 8 people. They were the 8 divine envoys of the 4 Saint Venerables. These 8 monster race masters undoubtedly knew the Rock Spirit Clan. After all, When the 4 Saint Venerables wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, they had been the ones to communicate with each other. They were also the ones who passed the information between them. They couldn't beat each other and had met face to face more than once. One of the divine envoys, who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Elder, what do you want?" The Rock Spirit clan stood near the blood door. The elder stood at the head of the group and tapped his walking stick on the ground. "My clan's future is here. What do you think this old master wants?" The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he quickly said, "Elder, don't make a mistake. You should know the consequences of angering the 4 Saint Venerables. The Rock Spirit clan has very few members. You don't want to see it wiped out, do you?" The elder chuckled and stroked his beard. "My clan was born with the blessing of heaven and earth. Unless the will of heaven and earth descends, I'm afraid no one else has the ability to destroy my clan." Another divine envoy immediately gritted his teeth and said, "We were ordered to guard this place and not let anyone come close. Elder, are you trying to make things difficult for us?" The elder said indifferently, "It's not difficult. If you can turn a blind eye to this, the Rock Spirit clan will be grateful." Wishful thinking. The injured divine envoy shouted angrily, "Trespassing into the blood door, you will definitely die today." The elder sighed and said, "The change of the blood door is a great opportunity for the ancient land's creatures to restore the glory of their ancestors. As long as you can break the seal of the blood door and enter the blood door, you will have a chance to obtain the Saint Spirit source. The 8 of you have been following the 4 Saint Venerables for many years. I'm sure you know the secret of the blood door. Instead of killing each other here, why don't we all join hands and share the source of the blood door? Isn't that wonderful? I didn't know the elder was so good at talking. I have learned a lot today." The injured divine envoy coldly snorted with a mocking expression. The elder said, "Today, the Rock Spirit clan will come out in full force. We are determined to obtain the secret of the blood door. Anyone who dares to hinder the future of our clan will be killed without mercy." 8 Master, please think about it carefully. Hearing this, the 8 divine envoys' expressions changed. In the past, when he interacted with the elder, he only felt that this old man was old and it was difficult for him to even speak. But today, he was so unyielding and had a murderous look on his face. It was really surprising. The burly divine envoy sighed and said, "Since the elder insists, I'm afraid we can only offend you." No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Rock Spirit clan. If they really fought with these stone giants, they were not sure they could win. While they were talking, the divine envoy who was slightly injured by Xiao Xiao's stick suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Despicable human, what are you doing?" Everyone was shocked and looked at the human who appeared first. They saw that the human was actually waving his hands and constantly forming mysterious seals. Beside him, the space became extremely distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked the 8 divine envoys. They did not know what kind of mysterious divine technique this human had that could make the space change like this. Yang Kai's hands did not stop. He turned around and grinned, breaking the seal. This master of the divine envoy's question is so strange. How dare you? The divine envoy's expression changed and he shouted, "Stop right now, or I will cut you into pieces." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "This young master is breaking the seal for the future of the ancient land. It's fine if you don't appreciate my kindness, but you want to kill me. What kind of logic is this? Human child, don't talk nonsense. How can you interfere in the ancient land's affairs?" The elder said loudly, "This little friend is an honored guest of my Rock Spirit clan. This old master asked him to break the seal. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master can break the seal of the Bloodgate. What a joke." The elder said, "This little friend is proficient in the Tao of space. There is an independent small world inside the Bloodgate. As long as he can tear the space barrier, he can naturally break the seal." The Tao of space. The 8 divine envoys were shocked. The elder continued, "8 Master, there are many divine spirit sources sealed inside the Bloodgate. You should have felt the resonance of your bloodlines. If he can really break the seal, it will be of great benefit to you." The burly divine envoy said, "How could we not know? It's just that the Saint Venerables have ordered, The elder chuckled and said, "The Saint Venerables are not here now. They have gone to a place thousands of kilometers away. You can't see them. The Saint Venerables are not here." The 8 divine envoys were stunned. They turned to look at the place where the 4 Saint Venerables were and found that there was no one there. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but feel a little restless. No one was willing to be inferior to others. Although the 8 divine envoys were loyal to the 4 Saint Venerables, if they could improve their strength further, no one was willing to miss such a good opportunity. If this human could really tear the space barrier and open the blood gate, they might really be able to enter and inherit the divine spirit sources from their ancestors and restore the glory of their ancestors. But who could guarantee that this human would be able to break the seal? If he failed and the Saint Venerables found out that they did not put in any effort, they might be punished for it. The 8 divine envoys looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. The burly divine envoy took a step forward and said lightly, "I'm sorry. Although the elder's words are tempting, we can't disobey the orders of the Saint Venerables. Sorry for the offense." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 divine envoys turned into 8 streams of light and rushed in front of the Stone Spirit clan. "Stop them." The elder waved his walking stick and pointed forward. With the order, except for Xiao Xiao, the other 8 stone spirits, from Stone 1 to Stone 8, jumped out and stopped 1 divine envoy each. In an instant, near the blood gate, the demonic vitality filled the air and the demonic chi rolled. The stone spirits and the 8 divine envoys fought fiercely. But soon, the 8 stone spirits who participated in the battle found something unusual. The 8 divine envoys didn't use their full strength and all the attacks were easily blocked by them. Although the stone spirits weren't very intelligent, they weren't stupid. After all, they had lived for so many years, how could they not know what the 8 divine envoys were planning? They were secretly happy and fought with their opponents. Soon, the bare mountain peak was filled with sand and stones. It looked very lively. Seeing this, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. He knew that the 8 divine envoys were tempted by the elder's words. At this moment, they were just acting to prevent the 4 Saint Venerables from investigating. But then again, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to the Stone Spirit clan. Since the 8 divine envoys were willing to act, he had no more worries. He immediately devoted himself to breaking the seal of the blood gate. He used the space divine technique without holding back. Xiao Xiao and the elder stood aside and watched nervously. Chapter 2587. The battle near the blood gate was in full swing. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the monster kings further away. Out of curiosity, they all rushed over to investigate, wanting to see what had happened. In a short period of time, more than 10 monster kings had gathered 5 miles away. When they saw the faces of the enemies who were fighting with the 8 messengers, they were all shocked. The Rock Spirit clan. Why are they here? How is that possible? We have deployed guards outside. They can't just appear here out of thin air. Could they have come from underground? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to force their way through the blood gate? The monster kings were all talking at once. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Although they had thought about forcing their way through the blood gate on more than one occasion, they really didn't have the courage to actually take action. At this moment, seeing the Shi Ling clan appear out of thin air and stand together with the 8 emissaries, their hearts were filled with admiration and anger. They were impressed because they were so bold and were not afraid of being blamed by the 4 holy sages. They were angry because these guys were so reckless. They would definitely be punished later. Thinking of this, the monster kings looked at each other and were about to rush over to help. The Rock Spirit clan was difficult to deal with. It was common knowledge in the ancient land. Although the 8 messengers were powerful, they might not be able to win against the entire Rock Spirit clan. Only by joining forces would they be able to suppress the Rock Spirit clan's arrogance in one fell swoop. Don't panic, messengers. We are here to help you. A monster king shouted and rushed over, wrapped in demonic chi. The burly holy messenger, who was fighting with Rock One, narrowed his eyes. He shouted, "Don't come over." The demon monarchs that were charging forward immediately stopped in their tracks. Their faces were full of shock. Although in the ancient land, the 32 monster kings and the 8 great holy messengers were similar in strength, in terms of status, the holy messengers were still a level higher. After all, they were the confidants of the 4 holy sages and had always followed them. They could be considered as the holy sages' representatives. Under normal circumstances, their words were the Lord's orders. That was why no monster king dared to disobey the saints' orders. However, they were all confused. They didn't know what the saints' intentions were. Continue to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from receiving us. If there are any more intruders, kill them without mercy. The burly saint emissary shouted as he guarded against Stone One's destructive attack. Yes, sir. Many monster king answered one after another, but each of them had a strange expression on their faces. They were all experts of the demon clan who had cultivated for countless years. His mind was nimble and meticulous. He could more or less see that there was something wrong with the burly saint's order. Under normal circumstances, everyone should work together to get rid of the trouble of the Stone Spirit clan as soon as possible. After all, the Bloodgate was of great importance and could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. But now, the saint emissary wanted them to continue guarding the perimeter. It was as if he didn't want them to interfere in the battle. With just the 8 sacred envoys, they definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to the Rock Spirit clan. They looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. They didn't know if this was the saint emissary's idea or the Lord's order. If it was the Lord's order, it was possible. After all, the Lords had always wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan. Unfortunately, these rock spirits were like stones in a latrine pit. They were smelly and hard. The Lords had tried many times but failed. This might be an opportunity. However, no matter how much the saint emissaries wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, it was unlikely that they would take the Bloodgate as a joke. There's a human over there. What's that person doing? A monster king suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in the direction of young Kai and asked with wide eyes. When the other monster king heard this, they all looked over. After a while, their expressions changed greatly. This human is breaking the Bloodgate's seal. What? This is ridiculous. What is the 8 masters' intention? Why are they just watching this person break the seal and not stopping him? If the Lord knew about this, it would be terrible. This is bad. The 8 masters being held back by the 8 rock spirits. This person is simply unscrupulous. What should we do? Why are you so anxious? Maybe the 8 masters deliberately letting this happen? A monster king who seemed to be smart suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Another monster king turned his head and looked at him leisurely. He said lightly, "Hu Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The monster king who was called Hu Li laughed and said, "I'm just saying. Brothers, feel free to listen." However, some words couldn't be taken lightly. Previously, the burly saint emissary didn't allow them to get close to the battlefield. Instead, he asked them to continue guarding the periphery. This made the monster kings suspicious. Now that Hu Li reminded them, they were all shocked. They faintly felt that this might be the truth of the matter. In an instant, every monster king felt their scalp go numb and their whole body turn cold. The 8 saint emissaries. Were they going to rebel against the Lord Saint? If that was really the case, the entire ancient land would be in chaos. With this preconceived notion, many monster kings quickly realized that something was wrong when they looked at the battle that was in full swing. At first glance, the battle over there seemed to be extremely fierce. The 8 saint emissaries and the rock spirits looked as if they couldn't wait to kill each other. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. However, no matter how they fought, no one was injured. Not even a small injury could be seen. This situation was obviously a little strange. Hu Li's eyes turned again and looked in a certain direction. He said in surprise, "Where did the 4 saint emissaries go? Why can't I see any trace of them?" He didn't see any sign of them there. Immediately, a monster king answered, "I heard that the 4 saint emissaries received a piece of news and left in a hurry. I don't know where they went." They received a piece of news. Hu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What kind of news is more important than the Bloodgate? Why did the 4 saint emissaries rush over? I'm not sure about that. The Monster King shook his head. Interesting. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, taking advantage of the situation, cutting off all means of retreat. Does the Rock Spirit clan have such brains? Hu Li laughed softly. Although his voice wasn't loud, the other Monster Kings heard him clearly. At this time, many Monster Kings didn't know what was going on at the Bloodgate. Their emotions suddenly became complicated. They were anxious and worried. They were anxious because the human had been breaking the seal for half a day, but there was no result at all. He was simply a piece of trash. They were worried because, if the 4 saint emissaries returned, the battle at the Bloodgate would probably end very quickly. Although the rock spirits were powerful, they were still not enough in front of the 4 saint emissaries. Once the battle ended, the Bloodgate seal wouldn't be able to be broken. What should we do now? The Monster King who spoke earlier moved closer to Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The other Demon Kings also looked over, as if they were waiting for him to lead them. There was no other way. Hu Li had the best brain among all the Monster Kings. No matter how complicated the situation was, he could easily solve it. This was also why he could become one of the 32 Monster Kings even though he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire ancient wildlands, among the 30 Monster Kings, Hu Li was the only one who wasn't a peak 12th order monster beast. In a one-on-one battle, the other Monster Kings wouldn't put him in their eyes, but in terms of tricks, the other 31 Monster Kings combined wouldn't be his opponent. At such a delicate moment, the Monster Kings naturally hoped that he could come up with an idea. Hearing this, Hu Li smiled and said calmly, "Why are you all looking at me? I also want to know what to do." The Monster King snorted coldly. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Hu Li, we brothers have lived and died together in the ancient wildlands for so many years. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to hide it? That's right, Hu Li. Now is not the time to play tricks. The group of Monster Kings stared at him, as if they wanted him to come up with an idea. Hu Li spread his hands and smiled bitterly. You really shouldn't ask me about this. It's meaningless. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Monster Kings turned unhappy. They secretly felt that this cunning guy was really too unreasonable. It was really annoying. Hu Li smiled and said, "Didn't you, Master, just say that we should be on guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching? We'll just listen to your orders." He looked as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. The eyes of the group of Monster Kings lit up when they heard this. One of the Monster Kings clenched his fist and hammered his hand, saying, "That's right. We just need to follow orders. Even if the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up." That's right, that's right. After the words were said, the Monster Kings relaxed. They all stood there and looked at the intense battle not far away. From time to time, they would even point and comment on the battle. They were very carefree. Just as Hu Li had said earlier, they were just following orders to guard the perimeter. Even if the Saint Venerables were to blame them, they would have an excuse. The ones to be punished would only be the 8 Saint Envoys, and it would have nothing to do with them. However, if the humans managed to break the seal before the Saint Venerables came back, at that time, all the Monster Kings and Saint Messengers would definitely rush into the Blood Door. Who would care about the Saint Masters? The Stone Spirit Clan's plan is so big. Do they really have the confidence to succeed? Hu Li stood in the middle of the Monster Kings and looked at Yang Kai with a slight frown. But as far as he knew, since the Blood Door's appearance, no one had been able to break it. Usually, no one could get close to it. If it weren't for the Blood Door's sudden change this time, the area within a 10-mile radius would still be a forbidden area. Above a towering tree, a small head poked out from the lush canopy. It was Zhong Ruoshi who was hiding here. Widening her eyes and looking forward, Ruoshi saw the battle near the Blood Door at a glance. She also saw Yang Kai, who was using his Emperor Qi to activate the Space Divine technique. The situation looked very dangerous. From time to time, violent monster race secret techniques would fly past Yang Kai's body. Sir is in trouble. Ruoshi was anxious and her delicate body swayed, wanting to fly over to help. Chapter 2588. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to rush over like this even if she wanted to, but it was different now. With the Emperor Artifact 10,000 Beast Seal, she had sealed millions of monster beast souls, and 12th Order monster beast souls were everywhere. She believed that with the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal, she could definitely help a little. Even if it was insignificant, as long as she could contribute, it would be of some use. Just as she flew up, she felt a tight grip around her ankle, and she was pulled back again. Landing back on the tree trunk, she shouted angrily, "Third Senior, what are you doing?" The person who pulled her back just now was Iceheart Valley's third sister. If she hadn't been with her and relied on her strength and concealment skills, she wouldn't have been able to get close to this place. After all, she was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while there were plenty of second-order Emperor Realm monster beasts in the vicinity of the Blood Door. Only Third Brother, relying on his miraculous concealment secret art, could bring Ruoshi here without anyone noticing. Seeing Ruoshi's anger, Third Sister looked scared, but she still kept waving her hand, pointing in the direction of the battlefield. Then, she reached out and wiped her neck, sticking out a large part of her tongue. Ruoshi quickly said, "I know it's dangerous over there, and my life may be in danger, but Sir is over there, so I have to go and help." Third Sister grabbed Ruoshi's hand and shook her head like a rattledrum, showing that she wouldn't let go even if she died. Ruoshi sighed, patted the back of Third Sister's hand, and said softly, "Sir has taught me and raised me for so many years, but Ruoshi has never been able to repay him. Now, Ruoshi finally has some strength to help Sir. I can't stay here and watch. Third Senior, let me go. Even if I die, Ruoshi will never regret it." She didn't know if Third Sister understood or not, but she just held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "Third Senior, if you continue like this, I will hate you," Ruoshi said anxiously. Third Sister grinned. She smiled foolishly at her. Her pearly white teeth were as white as jade, forming a stark contrast with her dirty face. Outside the Blood Door, the Elder, who was originally waiting with a solemn expression, rubbed his walking stick uneasily. Although he was surprised that the 8 Saint Emissaries were willing to cooperate with him with just a few words, other than the 8 Saint Emissaries, there were still 32 Monster Kings. These 32 Monster Kings were not much weaker than the 8 Saint Emissaries. If the 32 Monster King charged over again, relying on the strength of the Rock Spirit clan alone, they might not be able to withstand it. At that time, they could only let all the Rock Spirits form a circle, protecting Yang Kai in the middle, and resist for as long as they could. He could only think of a way to protect Yang Kai and leave this place. However, something even more unexpected happened. 32 monster monarchs charged over with overbearing momentum. After being ordered by the burly Saint Emissary, they actually stood in the distance and watched the show. They had no intention of interfering in the battle. It seemed that the temptation of the Blood Door was really great. The Elder knew that the 32 Monster Kings stood by and watched. It was not because of the prestige of the burly Saint Emissary, nor was it because they were strong enough, but because they were also very interested in the Blood Door. They hoped that they could break the seal and open the Blood Door, allowing them to reap without sowing. His mood relaxed a lot, but soon, the Elder began to worry again. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could tear the space barrier and open the seal of the Blood Door, it would be fine. When the time came, the group of monster beasts would definitely rush into the Blood Door. But if he failed, not to mention the disappointment, the 8 Saint Emissaries would not show mercy. Even the 32 Monster King felt that they would not let them go. When the time came, nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters would attack together. The Rock Spirit clan would not be able to fight back. As he thought about it, the Elder's expression became solemn, and his mood became heavier. "Elder." At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly let out a low shout. "Here." The Elder hurriedly responded. He turned his head and saw that the space around the Blood Door was distorted, but there was no sign of the seal being broken. "Are you sure that the pattern you showed me before was a revelation left by the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch at the cost of his last life force?" Yang Kai did not stop moving his hands, but his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I'm sure. What's wrong? The elder had a guilty conscience, but his words were extremely firm. How could an elder lie to others? Then the revelation should be from this young master. Yang Kai continued to ask. The elder had a bad premonition in his heart and said dryly, yes. What bullshit revelation? Yang Kai was angry. This young master can't open this bullshit seal at all. Ah! How can that be? The elder's heart jumped. How could he dare to let Yang Kai back down? He immediately persuaded, the seal of the blood door is not ordinary. How can it be broken so easily? Guest, you can try. There's no rush. It's not a matter of whether or not I'm in a hurry. Yang Kai sighed and withdrew his divine technique. The distorted space around him returned to normal as he turned to the elder and said, I am powerless. I can't even feel the space barrier, so how can I break the seal? Continuing like this will only be futile. Elder, I think we should withdraw while they are still easy to talk to. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the 4 Saint Masters will return. The elder was shocked. Weren't those 4 Saint Masters lured away by Guest's clever plan? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, they are not fools. They will definitely discover a flaw. Once they do, I'm afraid they will immediately return. A distance of 3,000 kilometers is nothing to them. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when they return. The elder fell silent. Although he knew what Yang Kai said was true, at this point, it would be a pity to give up now. His expression turned serious, and he said, Guest, please step back a little. Let this old man and Stone 9 try. Yang Kai knew that he was unwilling to give up, so he did not stop him. He only said in an extremely indignant tone, this time, we have been screwed over by the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch. If he had not seen the 9 ancient patterns in the treehouse, Yang Kai would not have agreed to the Stone Spirit Clan's request so easily. He really thought that he was the savior of the 2 clans. In the end, when he came to try, he was completely powerless. He could not understand why the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch had left behind those 9 patterns before his death. The human in those patterns was clearly him, so why couldn't he open the blood door? Just as he was filled with unwillingness, the elder and Xiao Xiao roared in unison. Xiao Xiao, who was already 10 meters tall, suddenly swelled up, turning into a stone giant that was 15 meters tall. The elder, who had always given off the impression of an old man, also seemed to have been reborn at this moment. His hunched back straightened, and with a series of crackling sounds, he transformed into a stone giant that was even taller than Xiao Xiao. Not only that, but the stones piled up on his body were like muscles, full of explosive power. The 2 glanced at each other, and then Xiao Xiao raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down without reservation. Hong. A loud bang rang out, and the force that was enough to destroy the world actually shook the blood door slightly, but it soon calmed down. Xiao Xiao withdrew the heaven-shaking pillar, but the elder had already thrown a punch. The huge fist also smashed the blood door, causing it to shake violently, but it was still impregnable. Hong. A series of deafening bangs rang out as Xiao Xiao and the elder joined forces and bombarded the blood door without any regard for their lives. The violent strength of the Rock Spirit Clan was displayed vividly at this moment. Even if there was a 1,000-blade mountain in front of them, the 2 of them could flatten it with one blow, but the blood door showed no signs of breaking at all. That human can't break the seal. Are they going to break it with brute force? Hu Li saw this scene and naturally knew what the Rock Spirit Clan was planning. But it doesn't seem to be working. Another monster king frowned. The Rock Spirit Clan is born with amazing brute force, and can be said to be the most powerful clan in the world. Even the Holy Spirits can't compare. If they can't break it, then this blood door, the mood of the group of monsters suddenly sank to the bottom, and they realized that the hope of breaking the seal was very slim. Previously, when they were watching the show, the monsters were more or less looking forward to the moment when the seal of the blood door was broken, but at this time, that expectation gradually turned into deep disappointment. They were just disappointed, but the 8 holy emissaries were more than disappointed, they were angry. The few of them were just playing along with the Rock Spirit Clan, turning a blind eye and allowing the Rock Spirit Clan to do whatever they wanted in the Blood Gate. How could they have known that these guys would accomplish nothing, making them look forward to it for so long in vain. If the Saint Venerables found out later, they would definitely not be spared. Moreover, with such a big commotion, it would not be long before the Saint Venerables found out and came to investigate. Hong. Another loud sound rang out, and the heaven-shaking pillar in Xiao Xiao's hand actually shattered into pieces and fell apart. This heaven-shaking pillar was obtained by Yang Kai when he entered the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star. It had been used as a weapon by Xiao Xiao until today. Xiao Xiao was obviously stunned when the heaven-shaking pillar collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the elder's punch also failed, and a trace of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. "Elder, it's time to leave." Yang Kai observed the expressions of the 8 holy emissaries and secretly felt that their patience was reaching its limit, so he couldn't help urging them. The elder didn't reply and continued to punch at the blood door with Xiao Xiao, creating an earth-shattering sound. "Elder," Yang Kai shouted, "where there is life, there is hope. If we don't leave now, the Rock Spirit clan will definitely be buried here." Waking up from his daze, the elder withdrew his fist with a heavy expression and shouted unwillingly, "Leave. You want to leave after coming here? How could it be so easy in this world?" The burly holy emissary's voice was cold as he no longer held back, his monster chi surging violently as he punched the chest of the rock spirit in front of him. The Rock Spirit clan did not react in time and was directly knocked back several dozen meters before tumbling through the air. The burly holy emissary was also furious, feeling that he had been played for a fool, so he naturally did not want to let the Rock Spirit clan leave so easily. Chapter 2589. The other 7 Saint Envoys did the same. Seeing that the Blood Gate was hopeless and that the Rock Spirit clan was going to retreat, they no longer held back and pushed their cultivations to the limit. The rock spirits who were fighting against them suffered great losses and were forced to retreat. However, the Rock Spirit clan was not only born with great strength, but also a strong physique. Unless their bodies were crushed, not only would they not die, they would not even be injured. After the burly Monster King forced his opponent back with a single move, he shouted, "Monster Kings, listen up. The Rock Spirit clan has trespassed into the Blood Gate restricted area and is up to no good. By the order of the saint, take them all down." He pointed his finger and the 31 Monster Kings, who were watching from a distance, rushed over like wolves and tigers and surrounded the Rock Spirit clan in an instant. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that they were in big trouble. The 8 Saint Envoys and the 31 Monster Kings made a total of nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a powerful lineup could only be subdued by the great emperors themselves. Wong wong wong. A powerful aura burst out and the whole world hummed. The gravel on the ground slowly floated up uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible force bouncing them up. "If you don't have a diamond, why take on this porcelain job?" Hu Li sighed and slowly shook his head. His eyes swept over the 10 huge rock giants and finally fixed on Yang Kai. "Leave this human to this king. You deal with the rest." He was only a 2nd Order Emperor Realm Master, so he did not have the courage to confront the Rock Spirit clan head-on. However, dealing with a 1st Order Emperor Realm human was not a problem for him. The burly Saint Envoy obviously knew what Hu Li was planning. Hearing this, he only glanced coldly at Yang Kai. He warned, "Hu Li, you have to be careful. This human is proficient in the Tao of Space." Hu Li was surprised and whispered, "Tao of Space? This is rather interesting." Although he said so, he still did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too obvious. The burly Saint Emissary's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the elder. "I respect your old age, and I don't want to fall out with your clan. As long as you cooperate and surrender, maybe the Saint Venerables will show mercy when they return. However, if you are stubborn, then I can only offend you." The elder sighed and said, "Sacred Envoy, this old man appreciates your kind intentions. But my Stone Spirit clan will not submit to anyone, not even the saint." The burly saint's eyes turned cold. The elder shook his head slowly. The burly sacred emissary gently nodded and said indifferently, "If that's the case." He raised his hand high. Then, he swung his arm down and shouted, "Kill!" Swish swish swish, More than 30 Monster King figures swayed, wrapped in abundant demonic chi, and rushed toward the Rock Spirit clan. In an instant, the elder took the lead. The rock spirits roared in unison. Huge fists were swung out, as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Wrapped in an unimaginable violent force, they went to meet the Monster King. The Monster King did not dare to fight them head-on. They all used their demonic techniques to hide their bodies, and then used their advantage in numbers and agility to deal with them. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions were heard, and rays of light bloomed. The curtain of an earth-shattering battle was lifted. Take ninth share and leave. Leave my rock spirit bloodline. The elder suddenly shouted. The crutch in his hand was swung in a circle, and he smashed it toward a Monster King that was flying toward him. However, the Monster King nimbly dodged it. Yang Kai knew that the elder was talking to him. However, at this moment, how could he leave as he wished? If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he wanted to take Xiao Xiao away, he would have to first put him into the sealed world bead. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have lost his mind and was fighting side by side with the other rock spirits. If he did not take the initiative to cooperate, Yang Kai would not be able to forcibly put him into the sealed world bead. Human, let this king have a taste of your skills. Suddenly, a figure blurred in front of him. Yang Kai discovered that the Monster King named Hu Li had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a slight smile on his face, and he lightly slapped his palm toward him. Scram! Yang Kai also raised his palm and met the other party's attack. You've got guts. Hu Li chuckled. He found this human to be quite interesting. He actually dared to meet him head-on with a cultivation level lower than his. Did this human have no combat experience? But soon, his smile stiffened on his face. This was because the moment his palms collided, Hu Li felt a power that was not inferior to his own come from the front. The power of his palm was easily flattened. Not only that, but the other party's attack also contained a mysterious power that fluctuated freely in space. It seemed to be able to cut his palm open. Hu Li turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror. The contempt and indifference in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with extreme seriousness. Condense! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space law surged, and the space where Hu Li was instantly solidified. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of mud. Not only was his body unable to move freely, but even the power in his body was difficult to circulate. Yang Kai clapped his hands again and pulled, and with a sizzling sound, a huge pitch-black moon blade suddenly took shape and was thrown directly towards Hu Li. Hu Li's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his hands and feet turn cold and his entire body turn cold. He desperately urged his strength to dodge, but he found that he was powerless. Under the inexplicable binding of the space principles, he could not avoid this blow. In a hurry, Hu Li could only open his mouth and spit out a snow-white ball about the size of a quail egg, exuding a strange fragrance. A monster core. At this moment of life and death, Hu Li decisively spat out this monster core that could not be easily exposed. Blowing on the spinning monster core in front of him, a layer of protection suddenly appeared in front of him. Kong, the huge moon blade slammed into the protective layer, as if it had cut into a ball of extremely tough cotton candy. It was not until its own power was exhausted that the layer of protection was broken. At the same time, the space principles that bound Hu Li disappeared. Hu Li did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away his monster core, then jumped back a few dozen meters. After putting some distance between himself and Yang Kai, he gasped for breath with a face full of lingering fear. He had underestimated this human being and had almost caused him to be doomed eternally. If he had not used the power of his monster core, he was afraid that he would have been split in two. This human, what was his background? On the other side, one of the 8 envoys who had not participated in the battle saw Hu Li retreat and could not help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Yang Kai's amazing fighting strength. However, he also knew that the Monster King Hu Li was not known for his fighting strength, but mainly for his tricks, so he was not too surprised and took a step forward with a cold snort. While his afterimage was still in place, He had already arrived in front of young Kai. Looking down at young Kai condescendingly, the Saint Envoy reached out to grab young Kai, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. His expression was relaxed as he said lightly, "A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to act so presumptuously in the ancient lands? It seems that your master has not told you how dangerous the ancient lands are. This is not a place where you humans can do as you please." Young Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. A mysterious aura suddenly filled the air and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Saint Envoy only felt that his thoughts had suddenly come to a halt and his vision blurred. Young Kai had already struck him with his palm. "Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A murmur sounded in the Saint Envoy's ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the Saint Envoy seemed to have been cast on him and was caught off guard by the seal. It was only at this moment that the Saint Envoy suddenly woke up. In an instant, his expression changed greatly as he felt the terrifying power coming from his arm. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. The monster chi in his body trembled and rushed to his arm, resisting the terrifying power. Looking down, the Saint Envoy could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His arm seemed to have experienced the baptism of the flowing time Great Emperor and its vitality was rapidly draining away. His originally sturdy arm was about to wither. "What kind of power is this?" the Saint Envoy exclaimed and hurriedly urged his monster chi to force this power out of his body. But how could young Kai give him this opportunity? Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the ancient land's monster race, he naturally wanted to kill as many as he could to relieve the pressure on the Stone Spirit clan. The myriad's sword buzzed as Emperor Chi surged. A dazzling sword light more than 10 meters long slashed down at the Saint Envoy. If this attack hit, the Saint Envoy would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At the very least, he would not be able to fight for a while. In fact, the strength of this Saint Envoy had exceeded young Kai's expectations. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had always been successful ever since he cultivated it, but this Saint Envoy was able to break free from the interference of time principles at the most critical moment, causing the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal to fail and only injure one of the Saint Envoy's arms. As expected of a master comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he had been prepared, young Kai estimated that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal would not have been able to hit him. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Young Kai's murderous intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. "Human, don't you dare!" the burly Saint Envoy roared. He did not seem to move, but he suddenly appeared between young Kai and the Saint Envoy who had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Without dodging, he threw a punch at young Kai's myriad sword. First, the monster king Hu Li had been scared away by young Kai. Now, another Saint Envoy had been injured by him. If this Saint Envoy really died under young Kai's sword, the ancient land's monster race would lose face. Even if he could kill young Kai after this, he would be punished by the Holy Master. How could the burly Saint Envoy just stand by and watch young Kai display his might? Chapter 2590. Under the burly Saint Envoy's punch, young Kai's myriad sword wave was shattered, and his entire body was swept away by the powerful fist wind. "You overestimate yourself," the burly Saint Envoy coldly snorted, his murderous intent flashing as he sent out another punch. It was a simple and direct movement, without the slightest bit of fancy, but it was a simple strike. The burly Saint Envoy still wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and was unwilling to fight them to the death unless it was absolutely necessary, but for a human like young Kai, a trivial human was nothing. So what if he had to kill him? Before the fist arrived, the wind created by it whistled through the air, causing young Kai's skin to hurt. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all, the difference in cultivation was too great. Young Kai was only able to injure a Saint Envoy just now because he caught him off guard. The biggest credit for that was the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now, he didn't even have time to form a seal when this punch came. "Come out!" As Kai Young rapidly retreated, he suddenly shouted out. In the next moment, a huge stone giant appeared with a bang. This stone giant looked similar to the Stone Spirit clan, but its eyes were less violent and more intelligent. The embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment swung its fist forward to meet the attack. Before the burly Saint Envoy's complacent punch could hit Yang Kai, a stone spirit had mysteriously appeared in front of him. The Saint Envoy couldn't help but twitch his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. But when the fist arrived, he realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was too late for him to change his move in a hurry, so he could only brace himself and meet the embodiment's fist head-on. Hong. There was a loud bang. The embodiment staggered back 2 steps. The burly Saint Envoy, on the other hand, grunted as the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his wrist. His whole body flew backwards like a ragged sack. In terms of cultivation, the burly Saint Envoy was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, far stronger than the embodiment, but in terms of strength, the embodiment could easily crush him. The burly emissary was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The remaining 6 Saint Envoys who were watching the battle not far away were all stunned. All of them were petrified. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness, unable to accept this fact. This human, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had actually forced a monster king to retreat in such a short amount of time and injured 2 holy messengers. Even though he was not the one who had injured the burly holy messenger, such a battle record was shocking enough. What the demons couldn't understand the most was where this Shiling had jumped out from. Wasn't it said that the Rock Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10, and that they would die after 10? Including the last Rock Spirit, the Rock Spirit clan already had 11 clansmen. He had already broken the legend of death after 10 years. How could this be? If the Rock Spirit clan could surpass 10 in number, what other clan in the world could go against them? These guys were all battle maniacs. Each one of them would be extremely terrifying when they grew up. Go help. Yang Kai flew to the embodiment's shoulder and turned his head to look in the direction of the Rock Spirit clan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. It seemed to be summoning something. The Rock Spirit clan's situation was not optimistic. Even if they were born fighting machines and did not know fatigue, even if they had immense strength and strong bodies, they were still beaten to a pulp by the Monster King, who was 3 times their size. They were battered and exhausted. Each of the rock spirits seemed to have gone mad as they wantonly unleashed their power. However, they could not do anything to the agile Monster Kings. Instead, they scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to support each other. They could only fight on their own. Basically, every rock spirit had to face 3 Monster King-level powerhouses. However, these Monster Kings were extremely cunning. They divided up the work and worked together. 2 of them restrained the rock spirit's movements on the ground, while the other flew in the air, looking for opportunities to use powerful demonic techniques. Although the rock spirits were not in danger for the time being, in the long run, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. The elder obviously realized this as well. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Mu-na, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, colorful lights suddenly spread out from his back. Those lights condensed and extended behind him, directly forming 2 colorful wings. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the wood spirit's power. Those colorful wings should be the power that the wood spirits gave to the rock spirits with their own power. No wonder he didn't see the wood spirits when he summoned the stone spirits. No wonder the wood spirits had followed him before he set out for battle. It turned out that the 2 races really lived together and helped each other. It wasn't just a matter of protection and reliance. The biggest disadvantage of the rock spirits was that they could not fly. This was related to their body structure. However, the wood spirits could give the rock spirits the ability to fly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, pairs of colorful wings suddenly appeared behind each rock spirit's back. Those wings fluttered, bringing them along to fly nimbly. It was as if they were a part of themselves. There was not a hint of obscurity. The Monster Kings' faces darkened. They all rose into the air and attacked from the front and back. They surrounded the rock spirits from both sides. They looked like they would not let them break through the defense line. Those Saint Envoys who were still watching the battle could not sit still. They also swayed their bodies and went to help. For a moment, in midair, the many tyrants fought until the sky changed color. The sun and the moon dimmed. Under the collision of all kinds of laws, it seemed like the world was going to collapse. What are you going to do? Yang Kai's face darkened. He looked at the embodiment and asked. The battlefield had suddenly shifted to the sky. The embodiment could not do anything at all. The embodiment grinned and said, I also have the help of the wood spirits. Whoosh, suddenly, light spread out from his back. 2 wings extended. After a leap, he directly jumped into the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that the embodiment must have received help from the wood spirits before this. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved the myriad's sword forward and shouted, Kill! Thousands of miles away from the blood door, 4 figures rushed toward the blood door. It would not take long for them to reach the battlefield. Each of these 4 figures had a terrifying aura. They were the 4 Saint Venerables of the ancient land. They had previously received Xie Wuwei's report and had gone to investigate the mountains and rivers Bell. When they arrived, they had indeed seen the mountains and rivers Bell. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they were unable to subdue it, let alone take it away. The bell was in a valley and did not move. They did not know why it had appeared out of thin air. The suppressive power of the bell was so strong that even the 4 Saint Venerables did not dare to underestimate it. Just as the 4 Saint Venerables were at their wits' end, they suddenly sensed an abnormal movement from the blood door. 3,000 miles was not close, but it was not far either. However, the 4 Saint Venerables had extremely sharp senses. The fierce battle there naturally could not escape their detection. In an instant, the 4 Saint Venerables knew that they had been lured away. They did not hesitate and immediately rushed back to the blood door. After all, the mountains and rivers Bell could not escape. They could not lose the blood door. Before they could rush back to the blood door, an aura that made them feel shocked suddenly came from behind them. That aura spread out, making them feel as if they were being suppressed. Mountains and rivers Bell. Old Dog suddenly turned around and stopped. Sure enough, he saw a stream of light chasing after them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Luan Feng, Fan Ku, and Shahua's expressions changed greatly. They did not dare to face it head-on and hurriedly scattered to the sides. Xiao. The mountains and rivers Bell flew past the 4 Saint Venerables and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Shahua had a look of lingering fear. Just now, he thought that someone was going to use the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress them. He was so scared that he almost used his source strength. However, the mountains and rivers Bell had actually flown away. This situation was truly baffling to them. The other 3 Saint Venerables were also bewildered. Fan Ku suddenly thought of something and her face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, This mountains and rivers Bell has a master. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She said in shock, You mean, the master summoned it? Fan Ku coldly snorted, Other than that, what other explanation is there? Old Dog's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at the blood door and said bitterly, Who took the mountains and rivers Bell and used it to distract us? Fan Ku said, No matter who it is, his goal is definitely the blood door. Let's go. After saying that, he quickly rushed forward. Luan Feng, Old Dog, and Shahua exchanged a look and also hurried after him. Dozens of miles behind them, Xie Wuwei had a bitter expression as he chased after the 4 Saint Venerables. However, he was not as fast as them and could only eat their dust. Just now, when the mountains and rivers Bell suddenly flew over, he naturally saw it and knew that it was definitely Yang Kai's doing. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai like a dog, but at the same time, she couldn't help but worry for him, fearing that Yang Kai would encounter some kind of accident. Now that he was Yang Kai's soul slave, if Yang Kai died, he would definitely die. Kid, you'd better be safe and leave quickly. The Saint Venerables have returned. Xie Wuwei prayed in his heart. Above the blood door, the monsters were fighting. The rock spirits rushed left and right, but they could not break through the defense and were all trapped in place. After all, the difference in numbers was too great. Under the full strength of the Monster King, the rock spirits had nowhere to run. At this moment, a stream of light came from afar. Judging from the direction, it was coming from the center of the battlefield. That stream of light seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever it passed, the world buzzed and trembled. Human, die. The burly Saint Envoy who was injured by the embodiment let out a roar as the phantom of a giant multicolored tiger suddenly appeared behind him. In a flash, the tiger lunged at young Kai and bit him. He had suffered a great loss from the embodiment once, so he did not dare to get too close. He just wanted to use his secret technique to kill this kid first. At this moment, the embodiment was entangled with another monster king and could not free himself to help young Kai. Seeing the phantom of the giant tiger pouncing at him, the embodiment roared and released the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The violent suction force pulled the blood and chi of the monster king out. Chapter 2591. What the hell? The monster king was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange secret technique? Shocked, he wanted to retreat. However, the embodiment grinned maliciously and slapped him with its hand. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in strength. He could only watch as the monster king broke free from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory and fled. At this moment, the burly Saint Emissary's attack arrived. "Don't worry about me," young Kai suddenly shouted. The embodiment, who was about to help, stopped. Whoosh, a stream of light flashed, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in young Kai's hand. The flowing time Great Emperor was mottled on the bell, but there were clear carvings of flowers, birds, rain, beasts, mountains, and rivers. Young Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bell gently. Emperor Qi surged, and the small bell suddenly grew to the height of a person, blocking in front of him. Roar. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger pounced in front of young Kai and bit down on the big bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out with young Kai as the center. The ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. All creatures who heard the bell sound, whether it was the 30-odd monster king or the rock spirit, were stunned, as if they were suppressed for no reason. The giant multicolored tiger was directly shaken and scattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Puff. The burly Saint Emissary spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirit suddenly weakened. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger was a full-force attack that he had used the power of his monster core. After it was shaken and scattered by the mountains and rivers bell, he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. The mountains and rivers bell. The burly Saint Emissary clutched his chest with one hand and staggered back. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His mind was sluggish, and he could not believe his eyes. The mountains and rivers bell? This is impossible. Wasn't this thing stolen tens of thousands of years ago? How could it appear here? The demons were shocked, and the Saint Envoys were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing he could do about it. The mountains and rivers bell was just too famous. It was something that had been passed down from the savage, desolate ancient land. No one knew the horror of the mountains and rivers bell better than them. But when he looked up, the big bell in front of the human being was exactly the same as the legendary ancient rare treasure. Thinking of the suppressive force just now, what else could it be but the mountains and rivers bell? All of a sudden, fear appeared in the eyes of the monster king. They might not put a trivial first-order Emperor realm human in their eyes, but if this human had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and could use its power at will, they would have no choice. That would be a different story. No one was willing to try the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell. With the bell in hand, the faces of the monster king and Saint Envoys turned cold, but they were wary of taking action. Young Kai raised the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "All of you, follow me." The rock spirits reacted and took advantage of the time when the monster kings were still in a daze to rush towards young Kai. They gathered around him. "Those who stand in my way will die." Young Kai held the myriad's sword in one hand. Raising the mountains and rivers bell high in the air, he let out an aggressive roar. After determining a direction, his figure flickered as he dashed in that direction. In that direction, There were several monster kings who were staring dumbfoundedly. Seeing young Kai leading a group of stone spirits, they were all taken aback. Before they could make way, young Kai raised the myriad's sword and slammed it on the mountains and river's bell. Dang. The deep sound of the bell almost converged into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly attacking the few monster kings blocking the way ahead. Wherever it passed, the space was suppressed. The expressions of the few monster kings changed drastically, and they cursed loudly. They didn't dare to hesitate and scattered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the shockwave. They had just retreated when young Kai led a group of rock spirits and rushed through them. He was so arrogant that it was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. Every monster king's expression was ugly, and the expressions of the 8 saint envoys were so gloomy that it was as if they could scrape off frost. This place had gathered the highest combat power of the ancient land's monster clan, but a human had killed his way in and out so unscrupulously. If news of this spread, where would they put their faces? But young Kai looked murderous, and they really didn't dare to be the first to eat crabs. Who knew what the consequences would be if they were really attacked by the mountains and river's bell? Didn't they see the dispirited face of the burly saint envoy and his blood kept flowing out? This was only the power of the backlash. If they were hit directly, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. The monster kings all had different thoughts, so young Kai led the rock spirit clan out of the encirclement easily, and they were about to escape. At this moment, young Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction in a daze. The rock spirits following closely behind also instinctively sensed traces of chilling aura growing in their hearts. *1. The world suddenly trembled, and several small black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, those small black dots flew close, and 4 terrifying auras fell from the sky and gathered in one place. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down, making young Kai's chest feel heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Holy spirits! Young Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, his face as ugly as it could be. He knew that these 4 holy spirits must be on their way back, but he only needed a little bit of time to take the rock spirit clan back into the mysterious small world. At that time, he could use his space secret technique to escape from here. However, in front of these 4 holy spirits, this little bit of time was nothing but a luxury. Young Kai's figure came to a halt, and so did the rock spirit clan, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that since these 4 holy masters had appeared, they would not be able to escape today. The elder smiled dryly. "Little brother, my rock spirit clan has implicated you." If he and Mu-Na hadn't insisted that young Kai bring them to the blood sect, how could there be such a disaster today? Speaking of which, it was indeed them who had implicated young Kai, so the elder's heart was filled with guilt. It's not the end of the road yet. It's too early for elder to say this. Young Kai pursed his lips and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 holy spirits. He had been in the ancient lands for a long time, but he had heard of these 4 holy spirits for a long time. These 4 were the overlords of the entire ancient wild land. Fan Hua, Luan Feng, Kang Go, She Hua. Young Kai looked at the faces of these 4 people, their names flashing across his mind. Chem. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at young Kai with some surprise. "Little friend, have this queen seen you somewhere before?" Little friend. The corner of young Kai's mouth twitched, but in front of these powerful existences who had lived for who knows how many years, she was qualified to call him that. Young Kai smiled bitterly. More than 10 years ago, on Clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City, this junior was fortunate enough to see Master. I'm afraid Master doesn't remember. What he was talking about was naturally the time when he and Liu Xianyun escaped from the Blue Feather sect and went to Maplewood City. At that time, a Luan Feng cub suddenly appeared on Clear Jade Mountain, causing many cultivators to go to search for it. In the end, the Luan Feng suddenly appeared and burned countless cultivators with her world-extinguishing black flames, causing Clear Jade Mountain to burn forever. At that time, it was also the first time he saw a real living holy spirit. At that time, the Luan Feng he saw was her true body, but now she had taken human form. However, there was only one holy spirit in this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew that this beautiful woman was the behemoth he saw back then. Hearing this, the Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to have some impression of him, and nodded lightly. Does Lady Feng know him? Fan Hua asked lightly. The Luan Feng smiled. We just met once. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent in just a short 10 years. It seems that his talent is not low. In time, he will become a tyrant. Kang Go sneered and stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Only those who can grow can be called tyrants. The mountains and rivers bell actually belongs to him. It seems his opportunity is not small. Fan Hua stared coldly at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand. The four Saint Masters were somewhat annoyed that someone had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that they knew that the mountains and rivers bell belonged to Yang Kai, they naturally did not have good expressions, feeling that Yang Kai had tricked them. Boy, how do you want to die? Shihua suddenly took a step forward and a substantial pressure rushed towards Yang Kai. Even with the mountains and rivers bell blocking it, Yang Kai still felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Elder Shi Ling spoke in a low voice. Master Shihua, this little friend was kidnapped by this old man. Today's matter has nothing to do with him, so I ask Master not to make things difficult for him. If you can let him go, my Shi Ling clan will be at your disposal. Shihua sneered. Isn't it a little too late to say that you will be at my disposal? Over the years, this king has tried to subdue you many times, but you disdained me. Now that you are at the end of your rope, you ask this king for help. Do you think this king will agree? The elder's expression was dry, not knowing what to say. Shi Ling clan was not good with words. Shihua shouted coldly, today, your Shi Ling clan will either submit to us or be exterminated. As for this little brat, he dared to trick this king. Even the heavens can't save him. Trick. Where did that come from? The elder looked confused, obviously not knowing that Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Saint Masters had been dominating the ancient lands for so many years, but today, they had been tricked by a human using the mountains and rivers bell. When this matter was brought up, everyone's face turned ugly. If this human was strong enough, it would be fine, but he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Shihua had no intention of explaining. With his status, he naturally disdained to explain too much, so he just said rudely, exterminate your clan or submit, elder, you choose. Time is limited, so this king will give you 10 breath. The elder quickly said, this old man just said that as long as master can let this little friend go, my Shi Ling clan is willing to submit. This is not up to you. You are not qualified to bargain with this king. Shihua waved his hand, looking extremely impatient. The elder looked at the other 3 Saint Masters and said bitterly, Master, do you also agree? Chapter 2592. Elder Qi's eyes swept over Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Kang Go, but the results disappointed him greatly. These 3 looked indifferent and didn't say anything. He's just a human, master, why are you making things difficult for him? The elder asked angrily. The other 3 Saint Venerables still did not say a word. Shihua coldly snorted and said, Elder, don't be stubborn. This king and your Stone Spirit clan are somewhat related. If not for this, just based on today's matter, you have no other choice but to exterminate your clan. This king has already shown you mercy, so don't push your luck. The elder wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly said, Elder, promise him that you don't need to worry about me. The elder shouted in a low voice, this matter was caused by our clan in the first place. We have implicated you, little friend. If we withdraw ourselves from this matter now, how can our clan face the world? Xiao Xiao also shook his head vigorously, obviously unwilling to let the elder give up on Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and whispered, if I was alone, I would have left already, but it's not too late to leave now. Take care, I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai urged his space force and disappeared from where he stood. Now that he was sure that the 4 Saint Masters just wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and not kill them all, Yang Kai was relieved. In this situation, The Stone Spirit clan definitely couldn't escape, so he could only think of a way to protect himself first. He didn't even have time to put his embodiment into the sealed world bead. However, the embodiment was still a stone spirit, so it shouldn't be in any danger if he mixed in with a group of stone spirits. After escaping from here, he could find a way to bring his embodiment back and even find an opportunity to take the Stone Spirit clan away. Far away from this place. This bizarre scene caused Shehua, who was glaring at Yang Kai, to be slightly startled. Obviously, he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Fan Hua's eyes flashed and he shouted in amazement, "Space Divine Technique." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned sharply and he pointed in a certain direction. With a muffled snort, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Yang Kai who had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Fan Ku in shock. He never thought that the Holy Spirit would be able to grab him out of the void. Their eyes met for only a moment. But Fan Wu's face was as calm as an ancient well. No one could see any expression on his face. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and performed the teleportation secret technique again. His body turned into a void and disappeared from where he was standing. The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes glanced left and right before she suddenly opened her mouth. A jet of black flame shot out like an agile black serpent and disappeared into the void. A moment later, accompanied by a strange cry, Yang Kai appeared in a sorry state, with the world-destroying black flames chasing after him. They were like maggots in a tarsal bone that could not be shaken off. The old dog sneered. This kid's comprehension of the Space Divine Technique is pretty good, but it's a pity, he's still a little lacking. Fan Ku said indifferently, "If he grows a little more, I'm afraid he will be able to come and go freely in front of us. At that time, no one will be able to stop him. The Space Divine Technique is indeed marvelous." Dang. The sound of a bell rang out. At this critical moment, Yang Kai once again summoned the mountains and rivers bell to block in front of him, narrowly blocking the world-destroying black flames. After the bell rang, the world-destroying black flames that could burn all things were suddenly extinguished. Standing in mid-air, Yang Kai's face was ashen. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Master, you all joined hands to deal with this junior. This junior is really honored." Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, but whether it was Fan Ku or the Luan Feng, they did not show much shame. Fan Wu said, "To deal with an extraordinary person, we naturally have to use extraordinary means. You don't need to be so sarcastic." Yang Kai sneered, but his heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that his teleportation technique would be useless in front of these holy spirits. This had cut off his last path of retreat, and he was afraid that he was going to be in grave danger today. "Human boy, this king does not want to bully the weak. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Cripple your own cultivation and leave behind the mountains and rivers bell, then you can get out of the ancient lands." Shehua glared at Yang Kai, his eyes constantly sweeping over the mountains and rivers bell, his eyes filled with greed. The elder angrily shouted, "Master, you want him to cripple his own cultivation? What's the difference between that and killing him?" Shehua turned his head and coldly said, "Elder, don't challenge this king's patience. This king has already been lenient enough. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have to teach you a lesson." The elder quickly said, "He is a guest of our race. Today's matter is also our race's fault. If you have any problems, Master can come at us." Shehua grinned fiendishly and nodded, "Good, since elder is so stubborn, this king will fulfill your wish." As soon as his words fell, he let out a roar and transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone giant just like the Rock Spirit clan. However, Shehua's stone giant looked much more ferocious than the Rock Spirit clan. Dark black flames burned all over his body, looking somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames. On the surface of Shehua's body, sharp stone spikes stood erect. The extremely violent and evil aura he exuded was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had the effect of suppressing one's mind. After revealing his true form, Shehua sneered and beckoned to the elder, saying contemptuously, "Come at me together. This king will let you see what the gap in strength is." These words were too insulting. The Rock Spirit clan was a top master, born to be a fighting machine, so in the face of Shehua's provocation, How could they bear it? Without waiting for the elder's order, they roared and rushed forward. Even if the elder wanted to stop them, he was powerless at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. In an instant, a total of 12 giant stone giants were entangled together, like 12 mountains colliding. Their fists danced in the air as they fought back and forth, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to turn upside down. The eyes of all the Monster King trembled as they watched. Such a pure contest of strength was rare, and they had fought with the Rock Spirit clan before, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of stone giants. However, Shehue was facing off against the entire Rock Spirit clan by himself, and the scene was even more shocking. Ha ha ha. Shehue laughed arrogantly, and the dark black flames on the surface of his body burned even more fiercely. The flames wrapped around his fists and seemed to be able to give him endless strength. As the fists flew back and forth, the Rock Spirit clan members complained incessantly. They could not even get close to Shehue. Occasionally, they could land a blow, but the sharp spikes on Shehue's body made the Rock Spirit clan members powerless. Hong. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a rock spirit was sent flying by Shehue. It smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Without waiting for the rock spirit to climb out of the hole, Fan Hua raised his hand and struck the rock spirit with a mark, hitting it right in the middle. The struggling rock spirit staggered and fell to his knees. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Take him down, Fan Hua snorted coldly. Immediately, several Monster King flew over and surrounded the rock spirit, whose power was restricted. Each of them revealed their true forms and either pounced or bit the rock spirit, restraining him in place. Roar. The rock spirit was unwilling, but he was first struck by Fan Hua's seal, and his power was sealed by more than 80%. Then, he was restrained by the Monster King in their true forms. How could he move? He could only half kneel in place and look up at the sky, his face full of unwillingness. Hong. Another rock spirit was sent flying by a huge force, and another crater was created in the ground. Fan Hua did the same thing and struck the rock spirit again. Several other Monster King rushed forward and subdued the rock spirit without waiting for orders. Hong. One after another, the rock spirits were blasted flying. With the power of a single clan against the sacred spirit Rockfire, the situation was actually one-sided, causing the demon kings to be dazzled and exclaim in satisfaction. Among the 4 holy spirits, only Shehue could use such a barbaric and direct method to defeat the Rock Spirit clan. Other than Shehue, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Kang Dog did not have this ability. It was not that the other 3 holy spirits were weaker than Shehue. If they were to compare, the Luan Feng was the strongest, Fan Hua was the second, and Kang Dog was on par with Shehue. However, Shehue was the incarnation of a stone demon. Just like the stone spirits, he was born with extraordinary strength and tough skin. However, unlike the stone spirits, he had the help of a demonic flame and sharp spikes all over his body, giving him a huge advantage. In terms of strength, the holy spirit Shehue was on par with the Rock Spirit clan. In terms of strength, Shehue was miles ahead of the Rock Spirit clan. There was no need to fight. At this moment, even if the entire Rock Spirit clan was mobilized, they would not be a match for Shehue. 10 rock spirits and 1 avatar were all wiped out in less than half the time it takes to finish a pot of tea under Shehue's attack. Fan Ku had cast a restrictive spell on them, and they were all restrained by the demon kings. The rock spirits kept growling, their faces full of humiliation. Shehue stood proudly between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked coldly at Yang Kai. In the previous battle, Yang Kai did not intervene. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Fan Hua's divine sense was locked on him, so he could not move at all. Boy, this king gave you a chance. Since you are not willing to waste your cultivation, this king will send you on your way. As soon as Shehue finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he slapped the mountains and rivers bell in front of him. The ancient exotic treasure instantly grew to the height of a grown man and blocked in front of Yang Kai. The sound of the bell rang out, turning into a shockwave that met Shehue's fist head-on. Shehua sneered, if you were a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had this bell in hand, this king might have been a little bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How much power can you exert from this bell? Shehua did not try to dodge this punch and directly blasted towards the shockwave. Catcher. The shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly split apart, and although Shehua's fist was slightly blocked, it still smashed into the mountains and rivers bell without slowing down. Another sound of the bell rang out, and Shehua's huge body shook as he was forced to retreat a few steps. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shaken by the huge force, causing the blood in his chest to roil. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ancient exotic treasure, worthy of its reputation. Shehua was not angry, but happy. He gulped as he looked at the mountains and rivers bell that flew out with Yang Kai, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master had blocked his attack with the mountains and rivers bell. If he could subdue such a treasure, he would even dare to compete in the dragon race. Chapter 2593. Scrambling to his feet, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with an undetectable light as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. The mountains and rivers bell that had been sent flying suddenly began to spin, turning into the size of a house. A suppressive force that enveloped the world suddenly burst forth and crashed down on Shehua, who was approaching him step by step. Watch out! Kang Go's face changed slightly as he warned in a low voice. Shehua was also taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Kai's physique to be so strong. Even after taking his indirect blow, he didn't suffer much damage. If it had been an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have been dead by now. The suppressive force made his body sluggish. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Hong. In front of everyone's eyes, the huge mountains and rivers bell directly suppressed Shehua, sealing him tightly. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a look of satisfaction, even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water. Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Kang Go's faces all turned black. Although the four saint masters of the ancient land often didn't see eye to eye with each other, and even had some small conflicts, they were still bound together for good or ill. Shehua was suppressed by Yang Kai's mountains and rivers bell, which made the other three's faces turn ugly. This Shehua was a disgrace to these saint masters. Although Yang Kai could do this by relying on the power of the ancient exotic artifact, his cultivation wasn't high. A first-order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in the eyes of these saint masters. Now that Shehua was suppressed by an ant, it was tantamount to slapping their faces. Hong. Suddenly, a series of explosions and angry roars came from the mountains and rivers bell. Obviously, the angry Shehua was bombarding the mountains and rivers bell. He wanted to escape from it. However, the suppressive force of this ancient exotic artifact was no small matter. The Phoenix True Fire had been suppressed by it for tens of thousands of years and couldn't move at all. Even though Shehua was a divine spirit, he was powerless. Instead, the buzzing sound of the bell made the surrounding monster king's blood boil. All of them looked uncomfortable. The weakest Hu Li and the burly Saint Envoy who was heavily injured both coughed up blood. His face was pale. Shehua, who was inside the mountains and rivers bell, was probably not much better off. The bell chimes contained a tremendous amount of power, and he was inside the mountains and rivers bell, so he was the most affected. Shehua, stop. Fan Wu shouted coldly. Shehua probably also sensed that something was wrong and stopped his barbaric charge. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard coming from the mountains and rivers bell. He was like a trapped beast, and his breathing was mixed with unparalleled anger and killing intent. He was suppressed here by Yang Kai. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The evil fire in his body surged up like a volcano erupting. Kid, you've got guts. Fan Ku coldly looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, release Shehua, or you'll die for sure. Yang Kai grinned. He stood in place. He staggered slightly and said indifferently, Master, if you want to make a move, then go ahead. In front of you, this young master knows that he can't leave. Since I can't leave, then I won't leave. Aren't you afraid of death? Fan Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai coldly looked at him and said indifferently, Master, it's easy to kill me, but if you kill me, I'm afraid Shehue will be suppressed here for many years. Perhaps one day in the future, someone will be able to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. Release Shehue, but it's definitely not anyone here. Once he said that, the expressions of the holy venerates sank. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the mountains and rivers Bell was still in the savage desolate ancient lands, they had tried many times to subdue it, but in the end, no one succeeded. In the end, it was stolen by a guy called Yuan Ding. It was a great shame. If they really killed Yang Kai today, they were afraid that Shehue would be suppressed in the mountains and rivers Bell forever, unless one day someone could subdue this exotic desolate ancient treasure and release him. Luan Feng squinted her beautiful eyes and said, Little friend, you're still young. Why do you keep talking about death? Release Shehue and we can talk about it. Yang Kai sneered, When I wanted to leave, you master insisted on making me stay. Now you want to talk about it. This young master doesn't feel safe at all. Fan Ku and Luan Feng's faces turned ugly when they heard this. They felt that they had smashed their own feet with a stone. Luan Feng took a deep breath and said, Then what do you want to do to make you feel safe? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked around, Let me take the Stone Spirit clan and leave this place first. When we're a few thousand miles away, I will take the mountains and rivers Bell and release Shehue. That way, I may feel a little safer. As long as they were a few thousand miles away, he could take the Stone Spirit clan and fly away. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Fan Ku said, Don't you think your request is a little too much? If you leave by yourself, this king can turn a blind eye to it. Why do you have to involve the Stone Spirit clan? Yang Kai smiled, Master, you have 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys under your command. The Stone Spirit clan is just icing on the cake. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Master, why do you insist on this? Instead of forcing the Stone Spirit clan to be loyal to you, it's better to set them free. I'm sure the elders will be grateful to you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, perhaps they can help. Fan Ku smiled contemptuously, What kind of trouble can this king encounter? Yang Kai said seriously, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who can say for sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Ku stopped smiling and asked indifferently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at him with firm eyes. Fan Ku, the Luan Feng, and the Kang dog glanced at each other and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress Shehue, although it had given him a chance of survival, who knew if the remaining 3 saint sovereigns would care about Shehue? If they wanted to kill him, even if Shehue had to be suppressed here, then he would have to fight with all his strength. The hope was not great, but it was better than being captured without a fight. Just as Yang Kai was feeling nervous, Fan Ku looked at him again, as if he had reached a consensus with the Luan Feng and the Kang dog. Yang Kai immediately became nervous and looked at him. Your condition. Fan Ku said indifferently, This king agrees. Hearing this, Kai Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fan Ku was a saint master, and since he had said it, he would not go back on his words. However, Fan Ku changed the topic, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink again. This king has another condition. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he hesitated. What condition? He secretly decided that if the other party's condition was too difficult, he would fight them to the death. This bell. Fan Ku pointed at the mountains and rivers Bell and said in an unquestionable tone, It must be kept. The mountains and rivers Bell was too dangerous. These saint masters couldn't subdue it, and once it fell into the hands of an outsider, it would be a threat to them. After all, Yang Kai suppressed Shehue with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. If a third-order Emperor Realm master came, wouldn't the mountains and rivers Bell be enough to suppress all 4 of them? So, no matter what, this thing had to be kept. If they couldn't subdue it, No one else could use it. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. Master's condition is too overbearing, isn't it? Fan Ku coldly snorted. You trespassed into the Blood Door's forbidden area, which is a capital offense. This king can spare your lives, so you should feel lucky. It's not up to you to bargain. Luan Feng also chimed in. After all, artifacts are just worldly possessions. Keeping it in exchange for more than a dozen of your lives, don't you think it's not worth it, little friend? Kang Dog also smiled slightly. What's more, this bell originally belonged to the ancient lands, so it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. That's right. Fan Ku nodded lightly. Yang Kai ground his teeth so hard that they almost broke. No one knew better than him how powerful the mountains and rivers bell was. He had spent more than a year in the shattered Star Sea to subdue this ancient exotic treasure. If he handed it over now, it would be equivalent to wasting a year's worth of effort and losing a trump card. No matter how he looked at it, it was a loss. But Luan Feng was right. After all, artifacts were just worldly possessions. Compared to his own life and the future of the Stone Spirit clan, it was really nothing. The most important thing was, he couldn't do anything now. If he didn't agree, Shihua wouldn't be able to escape, and he himself would be in deep trouble. The future of the Stone Spirit clan would be bleak. Fine. Yang Kai shouted, full of unwillingness, I can keep the mountains and rivers bell, but sooner or later, this young master will come and take it back personally. Kang Dog sneered and said disdainfully, shameless boasting. He didn't deny that Yang Kai's aptitude was indeed good, and he had great hopes of breaking through to the Third Order Emperor realm, but if he wanted to take back the mountains and rivers bell from them, he would have to become one of the great emperors to be qualified. Fan Hua also shook his head and smiled, obviously not taking Yang Kai's words to heart. Since you've agreed, remove your soul brand from this bell. Don't even think about playing any tricks, this king will personally check it. If I find anything wrong with it, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. Master, are you kidding me? Yang Kai shouted, if I remove the brand now, won't Shihua come out and fight me? Luan Feng smiled and said, you're being careful. Don't worry, with us here, Shihua won't do anything to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't believe you, unless you make him swear an oath. The faces of Fan Hua and the others sank as they secretly felt that Yang Kai was being too unreasonable. Their identities were right there, and they had already spoken so clearly, yet this little brat was still making excuses. It was really infuriating. Shihua's angry roar came from the mountains and rivers bell. Impudent brat, what qualifications do you have to make this king swear an oath? Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, if you don't follow the rules, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Could it be that Master Shihua really wants to fight me as soon as he comes out? If that's the case, then Master should be prepared to be suppressed inside forever. This brat's life is cheap, so it's not a loss for you to be suppressed for a lifetime. Chapter 2594. This king is pissed off. Shihua roared inside the mountains and rivers bell, causing it to hum loudly, little brat, don't let this king escape, otherwise, you will be the first to suffer. Hearing this, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Kang Go's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just now, Yang Kai said that he was afraid Shihua would cause trouble for him after he escaped, but now, Shihua said it himself, as if he wouldn't stop until he did something to Yang Kai. How brainless could he be to say such words? Shihua, don't talk nonsense. Luan Feng couldn't help but shout, afraid that Shihua would say something irreversible. Yang Kai pointed at the mountains and rivers bell with a frightened face. Master, did you hear that? How can I remove the soul brand of the mountains and rivers bell like this? Although this little brat's life is worthless, I don't want to die in vain. Fan Ku's face became sullen as he stared at Yang Kai and said, Shihua's temper is very stubborn, it's impossible for him to make an oath, so don't count on it. However, he can promise not to trouble you after you escape. Yang Kai snorted, you are you, he is he, how do you know what he thinks? Fan Hua turned to the mountains and rivers bell. Shihua, state your position. The mountains and rivers bell was silent for a while before Shihua's voice sounded reluctantly. All right, this king won't lower himself to that little brat's level. What do you think? Fan Hua looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, letting out a hollow laugh. Just a few words, it doesn't hurt or itch, I still don't feel safe. How about you let me take the Shi Ling clan and leave for a few thousand li? Impossible. Fan Hua said impatiently, if you think you can't accept this king's condition, then Shi Hua can only be suppressed. And you will stay here forever. Yang Kai was proficient in the Space Force, and if he really wanted to go a few thousand li away, Fan Hua wasn't sure he could stop him, so how could he agree? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Is there no room for discussion? Fan Hua slightly raised his hand. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, this king will kill you. Think it over carefully. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation. It was rare for him to be forced to such an extent, but today, he was truly forced into a desperate situation. Fan Hua continued to raise his hand, but his aura became more and more dangerous. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Yang Kai sighed heavily and said, I agree. Fan Hua nodded slightly, not surprised at all. After all, no one would treat their own life lightly. He said indifferently, release the stone fire first. Yang Kai formed a hand seal and raised his hand. The huge mountains and rivers bell buzzed, revealing Shi Hua, who had been suppressed inside. Black flames burned on Shi Hua's body, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled anger. Yang Kai was secretly on guard. Once he found something wrong with the stone fire, he would immediately suppress it again. It was just that there was an element of luck in suppressing him just now. Now that he was on guard, the chances of success were not high. Fortunately, Shi Hua only glared at him and snorted coldly. He didn't do anything else. Remove your soul brand, Fan Hua urged. Yang Kai took back the mountains and rivers bell, looking at it for a while with a reluctant face. Then, his divine sense surged, using a secret technique to remove the soul brand from the mountains and rivers bell. The small and exquisite mountains and rivers bell flashed and suddenly became very simple. Yang Kai casually threw it. He threw it at Fan Hua. Fan Hua flicked his sleeve and caught the mountains and rivers bell, but the moment it touched his hand, a huge force came over him, making him unable to catch it. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, shaking the ground, as if it had taken root and remained motionless. An ancient rare treasure, worthy of its reputation. Fan Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Even though the mountains and rivers bell had become an ownerless object, he couldn't pick it up. In this world, perhaps only the master who could subdue it could use it at will. A violent wave of power suddenly fluctuated. Shi Hua, what are you doing? Luan Feng shouted at the same time. Fan Hua's expression changed slightly as he looked up to see Shi Hua rushing towards Yang Kai with a ferocious grin on his face, his fist burning with black flames smashing towards Yang Kai as he shouted, Boy, die. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Although he had always been vigilant against Shi Hua, he never expected that this guy, a saint master, would actually go back on his word. As soon as he saw that Yang Kai had lifted the mountains and rivers bell's brand, he actually decided to kill him. In such a hurry, Yang Kai had no time to dodge. The scorching power seemed to be able to melt the space within a radius of several dozen meters, and the huge fist seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Hong. With one punch, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and was directly smashed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Roar. The rock spirits roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with rage, especially the embodiment, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai was smashed to the point where even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. The power in his huge body suddenly went berserk, but he was restrained by the many monster kings and was unable to break free. Shi Hua, do you know what you are doing? Luan Feng's pretty face was extremely cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Fan Hua and Kang Dog's expressions also turned ugly. They had just promised Yang Kai to let him live, but Shi Hua actually went back on his word. He was so angry that he didn't even care about their credibility. Once this matter came out, how would their subordinates, the Monster King, view them? How would they be able to establish themselves in the ancient lands in the future? The strongest forces in the entire ancient lands were gathered here, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. It's over, Not far away, Xie Wuwei's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. Even if he was a monster king who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't help but feel despair at the scene before him. Although he was far behind the 4 Saint Masters before, he had been here for some time and had been on edge for Yang Kai's safety. When he saw Yang Kai reach an agreement with the 4 Saint Masters, he secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't expect Shi Hue to go back on his word and attack a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with the strength of a Saint Master. He was Yang Kai's soul slave, so he was closely related to Yang Kai's life and death. If Yang Kai died, he couldn't live alone. It was really over now. He was implicated by Yang Kai and died. Xie Wuwei's face was filled with grief and indignation. If he had known this would happen, he would have died in the Myriad Spirit Tomb. At least it was the final destination of the ancient land's inhabitants, and they wouldn't be lonely in death. But now, he had died here for no reason, and there wouldn't even be anyone to collect his corpse. But soon, Xie Wuwei realized that something was wrong. Because he didn't die, he touched his body in disbelief. He could clearly feel the heartbeat coming from his chest. His eyes suddenly focused, as if he had realized something, and he quickly looked towards the big hole in the ground. He wasn't dead, which meant that Yang Kai wasn't dead either. But how was that possible? How could he survive the sneak attack of a Saint Master? Shi Hue. Fan Ku gritted his teeth and shouted word by word, his eyes filled with a cold light. He has already removed the brand of the mountains and rivers bell as agreed before, so why do you still want to kill him? Don't you even have this little bit of tolerance? Tolerance? Shi Hue coldly snorted, the burning flames on his body gradually converging as he said in a booming voice, "This king only knows how to take revenge for revenge. This brat dared to use the mountains and rivers bell to suppress this king, so he deserves to die." He turned his head and glanced at the other 3 Saint Masters leisurely. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to fight with this king over this brat. Don't make trouble, this brat is already dead, and the dead have no value." Although his words were quite shameless, it was undeniable that this was the case. What value could a dead person have? What was the point of falling out with Shi Hue over Yang Kai? "You shouldn't have done this," Fan Ku said with a sullen face. He wasn't regretting Yang Kai's death, he was just angry that Shi Hue didn't keep his word. When one's status and strength reached their level, one's word was worth 1,000 gold. Sometimes, words spoken were more important than one's life. All right. Kang Dog jumped out to smooth things over. "What's done is done, it's meaningless to blame him. This matter is our fault, this human should be buried." It seemed that for them, being able to bury Yang Kai was already a great honor for Yang Kai. The Luanfeng nodded slightly and sighed, this little friend should also be a peerless genius. This queen will handle this matter and will not treat him unfairly. Fan Ku nodded and glared fiercely at Shi Hue. Shi Hue stood in place with an indifferent expression and just grinned. "It feels good to vent my anger." At this moment, the few Saint Masters seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look in a certain direction. They saw a figure rushing over. It seemed to be a woman, but her strength wasn't very strong, only at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. Following closely behind this woman was another second-order Emperor Realm Master. The 2 of them quickly flew over, one in front and one behind. The woman flying in front looked extremely anxious. A group of small monster beasts guarding outside tried to intercept them, but they were all beaten down by the second-order Emperor Realm Cultivator. In a flash, the 2 figures rushed over. Shua. Both of them froze in mid-air. The woman in the lead looked down at the big pit below in disbelief, tears gushing out of her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. The woman following behind him had a disheveled head and face. She was sloppy and her clothes were tattered. These 2 people rushed into the place where the monster beasts gathered and rushed in front of the 4 Saint Masters. They looked like they didn't know how to write the word death, which made many monster beasts click their tongues in amazement. Ruoshi. The embodiment looked at the figure in mid-air with a bitter expression and secretly sighed. Ruoshi suddenly rushed out because she saw the scene of Yang Kai being attacked by Shi Hue. That was why she was so reckless. The one who came with Ruoshi was undoubtedly Iceheart Valley's 3rd brother. The third brother stood behind Ruo Shi with a fierce expression on his face and a strange sound coming from his mouth, like a wild beast defending its territory and warning others not to approach. However, Fan Ku only glared at him and the third brother shivered and shrank into a ball. Chapter 2595. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhong Ruo Shi suddenly rushed to the top of the big pit and knelt on the ground. Using both hands, she dug at the soil that covered the pit. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she kept sobbing, "Sir, sir." Her choked voice was filled with grief. It was as if she had lost her mind. She didn't even use her source chi. Instead, she just used her bare hands to dig at the soil in front of her. In the blink of an eye, her slender fingers were a bloody mess, but she continued digging as if she couldn't feel the pain. Her extreme sadness and despair seemed to materialize and spread in all directions, causing many monster race and the Stone Spirit clan to be moved. The drops of tears that fell from her eyes were gradually mixed with a faint trace of red. It seemed that what flowed from her eyes were not just tears, but accusations of blood and tears. "Don't leave Ruo Shi behind. Sir, don't leave Ruo Shi behind." Blood and tears blurred her vision. Zhong Ruo Shi couldn't see anything at all, but her hands were still working like machines, trying to rescue Yang Kai from the ground. "This little girl." Fan Wu narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly, staring at Zhong Ruo Shi's back as she knelt on the ground. She seems to have a close relationship with that little friend, but unfortunately, her strength is too low. Luan Feng also sighed slightly. The Third Order Dao Source Realm. What could she do here? Any random monster king here was at least a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm was really not enough. Shihua glanced at Zhong Ruo Shi for a while and suddenly snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed Zhong Ruo Shi. He had gone back on his word and killed Kai Yang with a sneak attack. Now, a human girl suddenly popped out and acted recklessly in Yang Kai's grave. Wasn't this poking at his sore spot? Ruo Shi was caught off guard and was directly grabbed by his huge hand. The 5-meter-tall Shihua pinched Zhong Ruo Shi as if he was pinching a pocket-sized person. The increasing distance between her and Yang Kai caused Zhong Ruo Shi to wake up abruptly. Raising her head, her beautiful red eyes stared at Shihua, who was sizing her up. Suddenly, he struggled with all his might, punching and kicking non-stop, and begged, "Let me go, please let me go, I want to save Mr. Mr. is not dead, I want to save him." But how could her strength be mentioned in the same breath as Shihua? No matter how she struggled, she did not move an inch. Shihua sneered. He said, "That teacher of yours has already died without a burial place. Don't do useless things." Ruo Shi shook her head as tears fell like rain. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, Mr. won't die, Mr. will never die." Shihua said angrily, "You little girl." He was so stubborn. "Do you believe that I won't crush you to death?" Gritting her teeth, Ruo Shi suddenly raised her hand and a square seal appeared out of thin air. 10,000 Beasts Seal. Suddenly, a pitch-black force flew out from the seal. In an instant, the surrounding yin qi became dense, and waves of ghostly wails and howls sounded. The pitch-black force that flew out of the seal turned into monster beasts of various sizes in the blink of an eye. Beast souls. Shihua raised his eyebrows and looked at the seemingly illusory monster beasts in front of him with some surprise. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that these things were beast souls. Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Kang Go also frowned slightly. They were saint sovereigns of the ancient lands. The billions of monster beasts in the ancient lands were under their command. Suddenly, so many beast souls appeared in Zhong Ruo Shi's 10,000 beast seal, which made them a little angry. After all, every monster beast was their subordinate. Even if they died, their beast souls should not be taken and sealed in an artifact by a human. This artifact was absolutely intolerable to the monster beasts of the ancient lands. In the short moment when the 4 saint sovereigns were absent-minded, tens of thousands of beast souls gushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, and the number was still increasing. Each beast soul exuded a different energy fluctuation, but many of them were not inferior to the monster king present. Where did so many beast souls come from? Shihua's face finally changed. If there were only a few dozen or 100 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal, it could be explained as the result of this woman killing a monster beast and sealing them in the seal. But among these tens of thousands of beast souls, there were many 12th order monster beasts. This was a little shocking, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be even more beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Little girl, you didn't enter the 10,000 spirit tomb, did you? Shihua had a whimsical thought. As he spoke, he slapped the 10,000 beast seal with his divine spirit power, directly causing the 10,000 beast seal to flicker wildly and its spirituality to be greatly damaged. As for the tens of thousands of beast souls that had flown out of the seal, they were all sucked back into the seal the moment it was attacked, unable to do anything at all. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ruoshi used the 10,000 beast seal, she couldn't cause any trouble to Shihua. Shihua waved his hand and threw Zhong Ruoshi away, saying, "Little girl, there's something wrong with this artifact. We have to investigate it carefully." The Luanfeng nodded lightly and reached out to pull Zhong Ruoshi over, restraining her in front of her so that she couldn't move. Shihua also played with the 10,000 beasts seal in his hand and poured his divine sense into it. After some investigation, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "A million beast souls. What?" Fan Hua and the others were shocked. There were actually 1,000,000 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Not to mention who refined this artifact. Where did these million beast souls come from? Several people realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the entire star boundary, there was no place that could provide 1,000,000 beast souls except for the ancient wildlands, and there was only one place in the ancient wildlands that had 1,000,000 beast souls, the Myriad Spirit Tomb. Could it be that this little girl really entered the Myriad Spirit Tomb? Was Shihua's guess true? "Little girl, what's your name?" The Luanfeng looked at Zhong Ruoshi, who was still struggling in front of her, and asked in surprise. Zhong Ruoshi didn't answer and wanted to rush forward, but in front of the Luanfeng, how could she escape? Even moving her body was an extravagant hope. Huala. A strange sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that in the pit filled with mud, a bloody big hand suddenly stretched out. That big hand seemed to have come from the 9 nether purgatory, emitting a cold aura. Shihua's eyes widened in an instant. Fan Hua, the Luanfeng, and the Kangdog also looked over in surprise. Many Monster King and the group of rock spirits were also dumbfounded. "I knew you weren't dead, I knew you weren't dead," Xie Wuwei muttered in a low voice. His mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down, extremely nervous and excited. But in next to no time, Xie Wuwei slapped his thigh in annoyance, and he couldn't help but curse in the depths of his heart. "What an idiot. Since you didn't die and have deceived others, then you should have hidden yourself secretly. Why did you have to come out now? You're truly an idiot to the extreme. Not dead." Shihua looked at the big hand that emerged from the mud in amazement, wishing he could gouge his eyes out to take a closer look. "This little friend, what's going on?" The Luanfeng was also shocked by Yang Kai's tenacious vitality. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master not die after being sneak attacked by Shihua and smashed into the ground? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the big hand that had stretched out suddenly retracted, followed by a loud explosion as the soil covering the hole was blown away by the force of the explosion. A figure staggered out of the hole, coughing violently as he spat out the blood in his mouth, clutching his chest as he stood in place. Who else could this person be but Yang Kai? Zhong Ruoshi's eyes were bloodshot as she stared ahead in a daze. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands and sobbed uncontrollably as her shoulders trembled violently. She didn't dare to let herself cry, for fear that her crying would affect Yang Kai's mind. "Shihua." Yang Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth and glared at the stone giant covered in barbs, his eyes burning with anger. If he hadn't used his Nihility secret technique at the critical moment and banished himself into the void, he would have been blasted to smithereens by Shihua. Even his Nihility secret technique couldn't completely block Shihua's attack. Under that violent blow, even space itself was affected. Before the residual energy could be removed, Yang Kai's Nihility secret technique was involuntarily dispelled. The injuries he suffered were all caused by the aftermath of Shehua's attack. A dignified divine spirit going back on his word was one thing, but now he had even attacked him. This enmity was huge. Boy, you're quite lucky. You're the first one to survive this king's attack. Shehua stood there without the slightest bit of guilt for the sneak attack. He tossed the 10,000 beasts seal up and down as he looked contemptuously at Yang Kai. Seeing the 10,000 beasts seal, Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. He looked around and soon saw Zhong Ruoshi. He didn't know when Ruoshi had arrived, but when he was dizzy just now, he vaguely heard Ruoshi's cries. At this time, Ruoshi was paralyzed on the ground, her hands covering her mouth as her tender body trembled constantly. Her teary eyes were overflowing with joy and distress. What happened just now must have frightened her. Yang Kai sighed deeply, the hostility and anger in his eyes gradually dissipating. He loosened his clenched fists and turned his gaze to Fan Ku. I won't argue with Shehua for going back on his word and attacking me. According to our previous agreement, I have unsealed the mountains and rivers Bel's soul brand. Now, I need to take my friends and leave this place. Saint Seniors, do you have any objections? Fan Ku's eyes flashed as he nodded, yes. Although his tone was flat, there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Just now, when Yang Kai had appeared, he had also seen the murderous look on Yang Kai's face. Anyone who had been sneak attacked and almost died without a burial site would definitely be enraged. However, not everyone could suppress their anger, judge the situation, and know when to yield and when to stand tall. Yang Kai being able to adjust his mood in such a short time showed that his temperament was really good. This was the wisest and even the only choice. If he was driven by anger and insisted on striking a stone with an egg, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Chapter 2596. After getting Fan Hua's response, Yang Kai nodded slightly and was about to call Ruoshi over when Shehua suddenly said coldly, "You can take the others away, but this little girl must stay." He pointed at Zhong Ruoshi and said in an unquestionable tone. Yang Kai's face changed as he glared at him and shouted, "Why?" Shehua tossed the 10,000 beasts seal in his hand and said condescendingly, "Because of this. She dared to seal 1,000,000 beast souls from my ancient land. For this alone, she must give my ancient land monster clan an explanation." As soon as this statement came out, most of the monster king present agreed. No one wanted their soul to be taken into an artifact by a human after death. Zhong Ruoshi's 10,000 beast seal could be said to have angered everyone. Fan Hua and Luan Feng Kang Dog frowned. Although they knew Shehua was looking for trouble, his words weren't unreasonable. From the standpoint of the ancient land monster clan, they couldn't refute him. It seemed, today's matter couldn't be easily resolved. Shehua's attitude showed that he wouldn't give up until he killed Yang Kai. They had long known that Shehua was a vengeful person, but they didn't expect him to be so stingy. Just because Yang Kai used the mountains and rivers Bel to suppress him, he couldn't stop nagging. After failing to kill Yang Kai with a sneak attack, Shehua couldn't do it a second time no matter how thick his face was. However, the appearance of the 10,000 beasts seal gave him another chance to attack. "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. He was willing to endure the humiliation and not care about Shehua bullying a thief. It was an extremely difficult decision. Even if he died here, he would still fight Shehua. But Ruoshi was here. The Stone Spirit clan was here, and so was his third brother. If he and Shehua fell out, the worst result would be everyone dying. He could only suppress the humiliation and hide it in his heart, but he never expected that Shehua wouldn't stop here. Shehua snorted, "Blasphemer of my ancient land monster clan, die. Die. Don't let her go. Kill her." Many of the Monster King also began to make a fuss, each of them filled with righteous indignation. It was as if Zhong Ruoshi had done something that angered both God and man. Yang Kai's face was stained with fresh blood. His cold gaze swept across the Monster King and finally settled on Fan Hua. Fan Hua said coolly, "This little girl is not in the previous agreement. Since you've broken the taboo, you can stay in the ancient lands." Although he despised Shehua's despicable actions, he was still the holy sovereign of the ancient land. Naturally, he did not want to disappoint the Monster King. He. Yang Kai suddenly laughed coldly as if he had gone mad. He looked at the numerous Monster King mockingly and said in a deep voice, "Very good, dozens of the Emperor realm. 4 holy sovereigns are determined to kill a little girl in her early 20s. The ancient land demon clan. This young master has learned a lesson today." These words were somewhat harsh to the ears. Many demons were instantly enraged and shouted, "Brat, what did you say?" The faces of Fan Hua and the others also turned ugly. But then again, it was indeed as Yang Kai said. So many masters. Each of them wanted to kill a little girl in her early 20s. If this matter were to spread out, it would not be good. "Sir, don't worry about me. Please don't worry about me." Ruo she knelt on the ground and suddenly cried out. Her eyes were full of urgency, "Leave quickly." After realizing what went wrong, she regretted it. She felt that she had implicated Yang Kai. If she had not used the 10,000 beasts seal just now, perhaps there wouldn't be such trouble. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and slowly shook his head. Ruo she cried bitterly again and wailed, "Sir, it is Ruo she's greatest blessing to have been educated by you. Ruo she is already very happy to have been able to follow Sir for so many years. Ruo she only hates that she has never helped Sir in any way. Instead, she has always been a hindrance to Sir. In the future, when Ruo she is not by your side, Sir must take care of yourself." Yang Kai's face changed dramatically and exclaimed, "Ruo she, what are you doing?" Ruo she did not answer. Instead, she turned her head to look at Shihua, then at the Monster King, and finally fixed her gaze on Fan Hua. Her tear-filled beautiful eyes suddenly became cold, and her voice was deep and powerful. "Since Ruo she has violated the ancient land's taboo, then I will pay with my life. I hope this can appease the anger in your hearts. After Ruo she's death, if you still want to make things difficult for my Sir, even if Ruo she turns into a ghost, I will never let you go. I will pester you day and night and take your lives at all times." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Monster King changed. Even Fan Hua and the other Saint Masters were moved. They could also see that Zhong Ruo she was going to protect Yang Kai with her life. But for such a weak girl to say such ferocious words, it was clear how determined her will was and how much hatred she had. If such a great wish was not fulfilled before her death, she was bound to turn into a ghost and pester them endlessly. A chill suddenly rose in the hearts of the Monster King. Ruo she turned her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and extreme reluctance. She looked at Yang Kai and cried, "Sir, Ruo she will serve you again in the next life." As soon as the words fell, a hand was raised high. Source Chi was abundant in the palm, and it slammed towards the top of his head. If this palm hit, Ruo she would definitely die. Bastard! Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open in an instant. His figure flickered and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Shihua sneered and took a step forward. His fist, burning with black flames, blasted into the void. There was a loud boom. Yang Kai's figure reappeared, as if he had been shaken out of thin air. The sound of bones breaking rang out, the blood in his body tumbled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The intense pain made him unable to control himself and let out a roar. Without waiting for the ground to hit the ground, he suddenly disappeared again. Shihua snorted, "The space divine technique is unpredictable, but in front of this king, it is traceable." As he spoke, he sent out a kick, causing Kai Yang's figure to appear once again. Heavily landing on the ground, he rolled over. Shihua. With a roar, Yang Kai forcibly stopped his tumbling body and jumped up. His eyes were red as an indescribable violent aura suddenly filled the air. He just wanted to save Ruo she, but he couldn't even achieve such a simple wish. His 2 teleportations were mercilessly blocked by Shihua. Just as he finished speaking, Shihua suddenly descended from the sky and knocked Kai Yang to the ground with a punch. Then, a large foot stomped on Kai Yang as if he was an ant, firmly stomping Kai Yang to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled down like rain. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head and desperately looked in Ruo she's direction. After being blocked by Shahua again and again, he had missed the best time to rescue her. Now Ruoshi is afraid. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was falling apart, but in comparison, this pain was nothing. The pain in his heart was like thousands of blades stirring, making it almost impossible to breathe. A weak girl, a shy girl, a very docile and well-behaved girl, a girl who obeyed his every command, from Maplewood City's Zhong house to this world. He didn't even have time to appreciate the wonders of this world. Now she's going to die here. He hated his own strength for being so weak. He regretted keeping that girl by his side and letting her experience all kinds of dangers. She should have stayed in the Zhong family, found a good marriage, and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children, living a peaceful life. A warm liquid trickled down from the corner of his eyes. In his blurry vision, Zhong Ruoshi was still kneeling in the same place, facing him. Her raised hand had already reached the top of her head, but another hand was holding her wrist. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing out loud, seemingly extremely happy. This joyful laughter was in stark contrast to the desperate situation he was in now. Shehua's face sank and he slightly pressed his foot. *pu. Yang Kai's laughter came to an abrupt end as he spat out another mouthful of golden blood, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Senior Luan Feng, this junior owes you a favor." The one who held Zhong Ruoshi's hand was Luan Feng, who had been standing behind her. With Luan Feng's strength, without her consent, Zhong Ruoshi couldn't kill herself even if she wanted to. Luan Feng's expression was complicated. "You should take care of yourself first." She was clearly about to die, yet she was still talking about owing a favor. What was the use of this favor? What's more, even if Yang Kai didn't die, this favor was worthless. Luan Feng was simply moved by Zhong Ruoshi and didn't want to see a tragedy happen. After all, she was a woman, and even a divine spirit had a sentimental side. "Let go of me." Zhong Ruoshi stubbornly raised her head and glared angrily at the Luan Feng. Facing a powerful existence that even a third-order Emperor Realm Master had to retreat from, Zhong Ruoshi's anger soared to the heavens. She bit her red lips until they bled as she struggled and shouted, "You evil woman, let go of me." Luan Feng said leisurely, "Even if you die, your sir won't be able to live. Why throw away your life in vain?" She could see that Shehua didn't intend to let Yang Kai go at all. This vengeful personality really wanted to take someone's life. Ruoshi was stunned for a moment before suddenly crying and begging, "Senior, please save my sir. Ruoshi will promise you anything, please save him." If there was anyone present who could stop Shehua, it would undoubtedly be the remaining 3 Saint Masters. Ruoshi also noticed this point, which was why she started to plead. Luan Feng looked down at her and said lightly, "Am I not a bad woman?" When Ruoshi heard this, she immediately raised her other hand and slapped her own mouth fiercely. This junior was careless with her words just now. "Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with this junior. This junior only begs senior to save sir." The slapping sounds were extremely loud as Ruoshi showed no mercy. After a few slaps, half of her cheeks immediately swelled up and the corners of her mouth were full of blood, but she acted as if she couldn't feel the pain. Each slap was heavier than the last, causing the eyelids of the monster king present to twitch wildly. The Rock Spirit clan roared continuously, but they were powerless. Chapter 2597. For the sake of Yang Kai, Ruoshi was willing to give up her life, so what did slapping her own mouth matter? "What are you doing?" Luan Feng frowned as she reached out and froze Ruoshi in place. With her powerful cultivation that surpassed the Third-Order Emperor realm, it was easy for her to restrain Zhong Ruoshi. Shrouded in that inexplicable barrier, Ruoshi was not only unable to move, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. Her raised hand froze in mid-air as tears almost dried up from her eyes. "Boy, are you still a man? How could you let a little girl do this for you? Ants really are ants, how laughable." Shehua looked as if he had just enjoyed a wonderful show, and as he ruthlessly stepped on Yang Kai, he burst into laughter. Catcher. The sound of a few more bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, endured the piercing pain, and swallowed the blood in his mouth. He glared at the stone giant in front of him and said fiercely, "Shahua, you want this young master's life? This young master will give it to you. Let Ruoshi and the Stone Spirit clan leave first, and this young master will do whatever you want with this young master. What qualifications does an ant have to bargain with this king?" Shahua coldly snorted and kicked Yang Kai in the waist, sending him flying. Yang Kai's battered figure fell to the ground and rolled around. Ruoshi was rooted to the spot as she struggled to turn her eyes towards Yang Kai. Her eyes were filled with despair and sorrow, and as her tears dried up, a trace of blood gradually seeped out. This red seemed to hide a strange power that was quietly spreading to the surroundings. But at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Yang Kai and Shahua, so no one noticed this. Not even Ruoshi herself. Not even Ruoshi noticed. A faint murderous aura grew in her heart as the blood in her body began to boil. Chem? Shahua wrinkled his eyebrows and waved his hand. A powerful suction force appeared and sucked Kai Yang back. Tilting his head, Shahua sized him up from head to toe. Clicking his tongue in wonder, Shahua said, "Your ant's body is a bit strange. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Under normal circumstances, after being ravaged by him, Yang Kai should have died a long time ago. However, Yang Kai was still alive and well. Although his aura was a little weak, he was still full of vitality." "Shahua, don't force me," Yang Kai growled in a low voice, like a mad beast. Shahua raised an eyebrow and laughed, "So what if I force you? Don't tell me you want to kill me." As he spoke, Shahua waved his huge fist. They smashed Yang Kai's body all over. Bang bang bang, every strike was like a small mountain crashing into Yang Kai's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and his body swayed violently. However, he was restrained by the stone flames. There was no way to get rid of it. They could only passively endure the fierce bombardment again and again. The corners of his eyes were cracked, and his head was bleeding. His originally handsome face was completely swollen, and he was almost unrecognizable. His hair was disheveled after being hit by the stone fire, and his body was bathed in blood. So pathetic, so sorrowful. This was an experience that Yang Kai had never had since his debut. Boom! Shahua smashed down with another punch, breaking Yang Kai's legs. He knelt on the ground, but his body was straight. He was like a javelin. Many monster kings watched with complicated expressions. The large field was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even though humans and monsters were not of the same race, and even though Yang Kai had caused them quite a bit of trouble this time, seeing Yang Kai still stubbornly stand after being ravaged like that made these monster kings feel that this human was really a man. In comparison, Shahua's arrogance and unscrupulous behavior seemed a little unreasonable. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Why torture people like this? However, Shahua was one of the 4 Saint Masters. Even though the monster kings had their own thoughts, they did not dare to show it. They could only look at Yang Kai with admiration and sympathy. Although Xie Wuwei wanted to plead for mercy, he did not dare to stand out at this time. "Shahua is enough." Fan Zhu's voice came, his face gloomy. The monster kings did not dare to express their opinions, but he could. Humiliating an opponent who is far weaker than you is nothing to brag about. Fan Zhu coldly snorted, almost unable to stand it anymore. "If you want to kill him, then give him a quick death. Don't do those boring things." When Shahua heard this, he snorted, as if he was very unhappy, but he still grabbed Yang Kai's hair and lifted his head up. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. His facial features were covered in blood. It was almost impossible to tell which was the nose and which was the eyes. Only where the eyes should have been, there was a slightly narrowed crack. Through this crack, one could vaguely see the light in his eyes. Looking at Ruoshi, Shahua grinned. In an instant, Ruoshi trembled all over. Crimson blood turned into tears and flowed out from her eyes. The brand on her cheeks looked like 2 bloody scars, hideous and terrifying. After following Yang Kai for so many years, she knew better than anyone what kind of strength Yang Kai had and what kind of cards he had in his hands. So was not powerless. He still had the power of the ancient demon seal, the world force of the small sealed world, and the golden divine dragon source, Ruo. She believed that if Sir used these forces, even if he was no match for Shihua, he could escape from here. But when Shihua was ravaging him, he did not use these forces. Even at this moment, when his life was hanging by a thread, he had no intention of using these forces. Everything was because of her. Once Sir escaped from here, the ancient Earth Monster clan would not let her go. Did she implicate Sir again? Sure enough, she had always been a burden to Sir. After so many years, why couldn't she help him at all? Her hatred was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Her anger seemed to be able to destroy the world. Violent hostility gushed out from her tender body. The temperament of a docile girl seemed to have changed in an instant. Luan Feng felt the change in Ruoxi's aura and couldn't help but frown. Glancing at her, she saw the 2 lines of bloody tears and couldn't help but sigh. If possible, she was willing to save Yang Kai, but saving Yang Kai would inevitably offend Shihua. Comparing the 2 sides, she naturally knew which was more important. Let Ruoxi and the stone spirits go, I won't fight back. Yang Kai raised his head as Shihua grabbed his hair. His swollen eyes bloomed with a cold light as he made a final attempt. As long as Ruoxi and the stone spirits could leave here first, he could do whatever he wanted. Shihua was furious and sneered, "Do you still have the strength to fight back? Don't worry, after I kill you, this king will send that little girl to accompany you on the road to the Yellow Spring." As soon as his words fell, Shihua threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. Shihua didn't hold back in this punch, intending to take Yang Kai's life. After being ravaged for so long and seeing Yang Kai's despair and indignation, Shihua's anger had subsided greatly. Coupled with Fan Ku's warning, Shihua felt it was time to send him on his way, so he didn't delay. Facing this blow, Yang Kai's heart sank. Just as he was about to use his dragon transformation secret technique, he heard an extremely sharp cry from the other side. "No." The voice contained indescribable despair and panic, as well as unparalleled anger and murderous intent. "What?" Luan Feng was shocked and quickly lowered her head to look at Zhong Ruoxi. She had a tight grip on this little girl in front of her, so let alone speaking, it was extremely difficult for her to even move a finger. But now, this little girl actually shouted out no. How was this possible? Catcher. The invisible barrier around Luan Feng collapsed and the shackles on Ruoxi's body were broken, causing her to tremble violently. At the same time, Ruoxi, who was kneeling on the ground, felt her hair flutter despite the lack of wind as an indescribable power seemed to awaken from her bloodline, like a sleeping dragon slowly opening its eyes. The aura of this power caused the hearts of the 4 Saint Masters to skip a beat as they all turned to look at Zhong Ruoxi in horror. "This little girl, what's going on?" Fan Ku asked in horror. Shihua's big hand also stopped in midair as he stared at Ruoxi. He doesn't know why, but there's an instinctive fear in his heart. It's like a mouse seeing a cat, encountering its natural enemy. In the end, this blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also stunned, his swollen eyes widening as he stared at Ruoxi, wondering what was wrong with her. Ruoxi roared towards the sky, seemingly unable to suppress the violent power in her body, causing her clothes to flutter wildly. Luan Feng's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly flew away from her, her phoenix eyes also watching nervously. *1. The world trembled and space hummed. 2 drops of blood suddenly flowed out from Ruoxi's eyes, but instead of falling to the ground, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and slowly flew to the side. Everyone's eyes were attracted by these 2 drops of blood as they stared at them in a daze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, these 2 drops of blood continued to drift forward, heading towards a certain place. Looking in that direction, Fan Ku's eyes shrank as he cried out in horror, "Blood door." The 2 drops of blood actually flew towards the blood door. Furthermore, it was unknown when it started, but the blood door, which had not been disturbed for tens of thousands of years, seemed to be boiling. The surface of the blood door was constantly bubbling with bubbles of various sizes. "Is this little girl related to the blood door?" Kang Dog asked in surprise. Fan Ku slowly shook his head. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. *Xiao Xiao, Asterisk the 2 drops of blood suddenly accelerated and shot directly into the blood door before disappearing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly, a crimson light burst out from the blood door and entered Ruoshi's body. Her body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, the cries also subsided. Her fluttering hair fluttered down as she knelt there motionlessly with her head hanging low. It was as if she was dead. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to investigate, only to find that Ruoshi's vitality was surging. Just that, the feeling she gave Yang Kai made him a little afraid to recognize her. At this moment, Ruoshi's aura was completely different from before, as if she was a different person. Chapter 2598. What's going on? This power, not good, the power of the Blood Door's seal has awakened again. Master, let's retreat quickly. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen, the Monster King exclaimed one after another. They were able to get close to this place because of the recent changes in the Blood Door. The mysterious power of the seal had temporarily disappeared. In the past, it was impossible to get within 10 kilometers of the Blood Door. But now, the mysterious power that had disappeared for no reason seemed to have returned, causing all the Monster King to feel suppressed in an instant. And as time passed, this suppression grew stronger and stronger. The Saint Masters obviously noticed this as well. Their cultivation, which was far beyond the Third Order Emperor realm, was suppressed to the level of a Third Order Emperor realm master in a short period of time. In other words, any Third Order Emperor realm human cultivator at this moment could fight them to a draw. Over the years, they had come to the Blood Door many times to investigate the situation, so they were well aware of how terrifying this suppressive force was. And this was only the beginning. If this suppressive force reached its limit, it would be enough to suppress their strength below the Emperor realm. You guys go first. Fan Wu waved his hand and said. Although the Monster Kings were strong, they were not comparable to the 4 Saint Masters. If they continued to stay, they were afraid that it would be disastrous. After receiving the order, the Monster Kings and Saint Envoys rushed out as if they had been granted amnesty. Before they left, they did not forget to take all the subdued stone spirits with them. In a short while, only the 4 Saint Masters, Yang Kai, Ruoshi, and Third Brother remained. The 4 Saint Masters had extraordinary cultivation. Although they were suppressed by the Blood Door's seal, there was no danger. There wouldn't be any danger for the time being, and Yang Kai and Ruoshi weren't creatures of the ancient lands, nor were they members of the monster race, so they weren't affected by the suppressive force. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Ruoshi. The girl, who was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered, was still motionless. Her violent aura had also been restrained. However, within that petite body, a power that caused even the 4 Saint Sovereigns to tremble in fear was awakening. Bloodline power. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he vaguely realized what was going on. For a long time, Zhong Ruoshi's bloodline power had been a mystery. Yang Kai had always wanted to help Zhong Ruoshi unravel the mysteries hidden in her bloodline, but he had never been able to find a good way. The last time he met the great emperors of the secular world, Du and Hong Chen seemed to have seen some clues. Unfortunately, that old guy had a mysterious look on his face and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept Yang Kai in suspense. This made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai could never have imagined that this time, under the unparalleled anger and despair, under the thirst for power, Ruoshi's bloodline had completely awakened. Brat, what did you say? Shehua lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai. He vaguely heard Yang Kai mumbling something. Unfortunately, all his attention was on Zhong Ruoshi and he couldn't hear him clearly. It's none of your business. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him contemptuously, sneering. Brat, you court death. Shehua was furious. Don't cause any more trouble. Fan Ku suddenly shouted, his face full of anger. Zhong Ruoshi's huge change made him feel inexplicably uneasy, and this little girl's change was all because of Yang Kai. If he continued to embarrass Yang Kai at this time, God knows what would happen to this little girl. No matter what secrets her body had, since it involved the Bloodgate, Fan Ku couldn't take it lightly. Hue shook his head with an unhappy expression. Sure enough, he didn't dare to find trouble with Yang Kai again. Yang Kai was too lazy to continue to entangle with him. For him, if Hue continued to pester him, he would just go all out and fight. He had endured humiliation just now because he wanted to send Ruoshi and the Shi clan away first. Turning his head, Yang Kai called out softly, "Ruoshi, Ruoshi." After calling out more than a dozen times, Ruoshi didn't respond, causing Yang Kai to frown. "I have a bad feeling." Kang Dog couldn't help but gulp, his face full of fear. With his strength, even if the great emperors came, they wouldn't be able to frighten him to this extent. "Even if I can't beat them, can't I run away?" But looking at the young girl kneeling on the ground, as if she could not even stand a gust of wind, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Luan Feng and Fan Ku looked at each other and saw the shock and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Hue said angrily, "I want to kill her, this king. I don't like this feeling." Saying so, he stepped towards Zhong Ruoshi. But before he could take 2 steps, Zhong Ruoshi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly whispered, "I understand." "What?" The 4 Saint Masters all looked at her in surprise. Ruoshi slowly raised her head, but her pretty face was as cold as ice, and her dark red eyes made people tremble with fear. "Ruoshi." Yang Kai was stunned. He had been with Ruoshi for so many years, but he had never seen her like this. Was this Ruoshi still Ruoshi? The young girl gently exhaled and gracefully stood up from the ground. She stretched out her hand and flicked the dust off her dress. Turning her head, she coldly looked at Hue and lightly opened her red lips. "Big Stone, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" Being stared at by those seemingly emotionless eyes, Hue only felt his body stiffen and a chill run down his spine. But 10 kilometers away, many Monster King's eyes were focused on him, so he braced himself and said, "So what if I do?" Ruoshi nodded and didn't speak again, her beautiful eyes sweeping in the direction of Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai frowned and was full of worry. But before he could ask anything, Ruoshi turned her eyes away, as if she didn't know him. This made Yang Kai's heart sink. He couldn't understand what had happened to Ruoshi. That gaze gave him a strange feeling, so strange that it made him feel a little distressed. Ruoshi raised her hand and something suddenly appeared in her jade-like hand. It was a jade wall with faint spatial energy fluctuating around it. It was exquisite, and it was incomparably beautiful. Space Spirit Jade. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know why Zhong Ruoshi took out the Space Spirit Jade at this time. This was the Zhong family's ancestral artifact and had always been kept by Yang Kai. Before entering the ancient lands, it was handed over to Ruoshi because Yang Kai felt that Ruoshi's strength was enough to explore the mysteries contained in the Space Spirit Jade. Maybe she could unlock the secrets of her bloodline. It was just that Ruoshi hadn't been able to find anything, so she didn't expect to take it out at this time. Just as Yang Kai was watching, Ruoshi flicked her finger and the Space Spirit Jade suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the blood door. The white light was embedded in the blood door, dyeing the blood-red color with a layer of pure white. In the next moment, all kinds of pharaoh-like patterns flashed wildly on the Space Spirit Jade, and as these patterns flashed, a crisp cracking sound resounded through the world. It was as if a door that had been sealed for a long time was slowly opening, and a sensational aura filled the air. The blood door key, the blood door key. Fan Ku frowned and observed for a while, but suddenly her face changed dramatically and she exclaimed, staring at Zhong Ruoshi with wide eyes, "How do you have the blood door key?" Luan Feng also couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared blankly at the blood door, whispering, "The blood door has been opened." Hong long long. The sound of the door opening finally rang out, and from inside the blood door, a beautiful scene loomed, as if there was a magnificent palace standing in the middle of it, but it also looked like it had fallen into the clouds, making it difficult to see through. The blood door key. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, and the expression on his face was also extremely wonderful. He had been studying the Space Spirit Jade for a long time, but he had never thought that it was actually a key to open the blood door. It seemed that the various beautiful scenes flashing on the Space Spirit Jade before should be the scenery inside the blood door, and that palace was the legendary Divine Spirit Palace. "Why do you think This queen has the blood door key. Ruo-shi replied faintly, her tone soft, but in Fan Ku's ears, it was like a demon's voice, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back, his face pale. Ruo-shi raised her hand and waved slightly towards the blood door, as if summoning something. Shio. A stream of light shot out from the blood door and was caught by her hand. Zheng. The sound of a sword rang out, and only now did everyone see that what flew out of the blood door was actually a sword, an extremely exquisite sword. The sword's body shone brightly, and the hilt was engraved with dragons and phoenixes. At the end of the sword was a red tassel, and it looked extremely lively, as if it was alive. With the sword in hand, Ruo-shi's aura skyrocketed, and her incomparably powerful aura was not inferior to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Huala. Suddenly, a solid shadow appeared behind Ruo-shi. Yang Kai tried his best to open his eyes wide as he stared at this phantom in a daze. He had seen this phantom more than once, but every time he saw it, he was shocked. It was a huge phantom of a woman with beautiful hair hanging down behind her head. Her head was slightly raised, and her expression was indifferent. She looked somewhat similar to Ruo-shi, holding a sheathed sword in both hands as she stood quietly behind Ruo-shi, like Ruo-shi's elongated shadow. The heavenly punishment sword. Fan Ku could no longer hold back and cried out in alarm, the blood draining from his face. Not only him, but the other 3 Saint Masters also looked like they had seen a ghost, all of them inexplicably horrified, their eyes filled with fear. You're actually a descendant of heavenly punishment. Luan Feng's beautiful face paled as her mouth filled with bitterness. Kang Dog trembled all over, almost unable to stand steadily. Shihua was even more stunned and almost fainted on the ground. As descendants of divine spirits, they had inherited the strength of their ancestors and obtained their memories, so no one understood the horror of heavenly punishment better than them. The era of heavenly punishment was definitely an era of suffering for all divine spirits. More than 90% of the divine spirits in the world were killed by her, and countless divine spirit sources were sealed in the divine spirit palace inside the blood door, never to see the light of day. Many divine spirits paled at the mention of her name and lived in constant fear. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,